To the department, the Honorable Minister, I have just seen now, the DG, the senior managers, and the Honorable Deputy Minister, if he's on the platform, and the rest of the department, the entities, the leaders of the entities, and the teams that support the department and the entities. And also, I wish to greet the parliamentary support staff who put together this meeting every week or whenever we have these meetings. It is their efforts that make these meetings happen. But before we start, you are all welcome, and I hope that you had a wonderful break and you started the year in high spirits. I know also that there are communities in some of our provinces that whose homes were washed away by floods, who are some of them still homeless to this minute, and some of them, I believe, lost their lives. And I would like us, as we observe a moment of silence, to remember those and those children whose lives, young lives, were snuffed out in the road accident that they were involved in, and everyone else who's really not started this year in the way that we all hope to start a new year. We remember them. They are in our prayers and our thoughts, and I would like for us to observe a moment of silence with that in our hearts and our minds. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much. I also did not recognize the stakeholders of the Department of Social Development who may have joined us in our first meeting of the year. You are all welcome, and we hope that this year will be a successful one for us, but importantly for those that we serve in communities. I also would like to welcome very warmly my colleague and the new member of the Social Development Portfolio Committee in the name of Honorable Nazli Sharif, who has just shown her face. Now you are welcome, Honorable Member. We hope that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development will be good to you and that you will be good to it. I see that our minister is already on cue, waiting to address us. I have asked that the agenda be sent to me because for some reason, I think it's old age and all those things, I cannot find my own agenda. But I will then hand over to Lindiwe. Welcome, Lindiwe, and please take us through the formalities.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to greet everyone and also to say that compliments of the new year. Chair, you have already covered the first part of the agenda item to welcome everyone who is in attendance. Chair, I'll just introduce the MP and officials that are in attendance. I have you, Chairperson, Member Masango, I have Member Munyai, I have Member Peters, I have Member Ramayila, I have Reverend Kwabaza, Chair, I have Member Mahato, I have Member Sharif, I have Member Mchweni. Let me see if there's anyone who just entered the platform. Chair, also, we will proceed after we have introduced the members and officials. Chair, from your entourage, we are all here, which is Yoli, Siavuya, Fungile, and Tandi. We are all here in our first meeting. Chair, we will also adopt the agenda, and apologies are received by the committee. I don't have any apologies in my records thus far, Chair. And then we'll proceed from 9:10 to 9:20 to receive an overview from the minister. And then immediately we'll get our first presentation from the department on their second term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2025-2026 financial year, which is July to September 2025. Chair, we will proceed to deliberate. That will depend on you whether you want to get the presentation first and deliberate thereafter. And then Chair will receive the second presentation, Chair. Can I just admit all the members that are here? Sorry, Chair. After that, Chair, we will proceed to the second presentation, whereby we will receive our standing agenda item when we receive the quarterly report. We just want to get the progress as far as the development of the policy on the universal basic income grant, and then we'll proceed with our deliberations, Chair, and then afterwards, from 12:30 to 12:45, we will go and venture into our internal business. We will receive the committee program, the draft one for consideration and adoption, and then from 12:45, Chair, to 1 o'clock, you will have your closing remarks, and then the meeting will adjourn. Chairperson, this is the agenda of today's meeting for consideration and for adoption. I give it back to you, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Lindwe, for that. I would like to then ask my colleagues, the honorable members, to please adopt the agenda as has been presented to us by Lindwe. Anyone amongst the honorable members who would like to adopt the agenda?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Happy New Year. It's Honorable Makhato. I move to adopt the agenda of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato, for that. And you are welcome to Happy 2026. Honorable Peters?
Thank you, Chair, and happy 2026 to yourself, the MPs, as well as the Minister and the people of the department. I second the move to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. And now that we have a adopted agenda for today, I will not waste any time other than to welcome the Honorable Minister again and hand over to her with the wishes for 2026. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, to honorable members in the platform, welcoming the new member of our PC, hoping that Honorable Abraham is getting good time where she is on the other side, where questions are being asked and she has to provide answers. We are all now swimming in the same pool. Congratulations once again. Good morning to the honorable members, to our DM who's also in the platform, our Director General, Mr. Peter Nechipale, the SASSA CEO, Mr. Temba Matlo, the NDA Acting CEO, Ms. Rapashe Rampopa, all senior members of the DST portfolio joining us today, the most important stakeholders of the DST, and indeed, Honorable Chairperson, we want to wish everybody a good year in the 2026. Once again, good morning, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members for this opportunity for us to brief the Portfolio Committee on the department's second quarter performance financial report for the current financial year for your kind consideration. As we begin 2026 parliamentary program, we look forward, Honorable Chair, to another year of a robust and constructive engagement between the committee and the DST Portfolio Committee. It is only through such engagements that we can serve the interest of our people of South Africa. I have no doubt that we will build on the solid foundation we have laid since the beginning of the 7th administration under the government of the national unity. Chair, as we have already indicated that we did not have a good start because of the floods, both in Mpumalanga and Limpopo, wherein we lost our loved ones and our people got into a situation where their houses and their stock perished. We really wish that those who passed on, may their God welcome them, and those who are struggling to put up a new life, we hope that their government and DST portfolio in this case is be working with them on a daily basis for them to be able to have at least a roof on top of their heads and be able to lead a life, of course, that will never be the same. Those children who got involved into a devastating accident, again, Chair, lo miphefumulo yanga inkosi ngamkelela kubo nabazali babo bathuthuzeleke. And these, Chair, should serve as lesson to the government that there are things that we can avoid and without losing lives. And as such, I hope our sister departments have learned out of these experiences which are devastating so that this does not happen again. Honorable Chairperson, we are now 34 days into the new year, and there are 56 days left before the end of the 25-26 financial year. The beginning of the new year has once again brought with it this sobering reminder of realities of climate-related disaster and some areas in our country, as I've just alluded to. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the impact of climate change is literally at our doorstep. From the record heat waves we are currently experiencing across the country to the recent torrential rains that triggered devastating floods that have led to loss of life that, as I've just said, displaced some families and disrupted schooling across several provinces. The reality of weather-related disaster are everywhere, seemingly increasing in frequency and intensity each year. Climate change is often called a threat multiplier as it exacerbates existing social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities of developing countries, including ours. The combination of these climate-related disasters and the prevailing economic conditions put added pressure on social development services, which as DST portfolio, we are in the center. As this portfolio chair, we've heeded President Cyril Ramaphosa's call that leadership must be visible and present when the communities are in distress. Accordingly, we are providing the necessary interventions in the affected areas, working in collaboration with provincial departments and other partners of the DST and the government. Since the last meeting of this committee in 2025, President Cyril Ramaphosa has officially classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. We welcome the decisive move by the President, as this classification will strengthen the mandate of key departments, including social development, to accelerate action on key deliverables, including the expansion of shelters for survivors of gender-based violence. We are working with the lead department, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, through the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Substance Abuse as part of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Strategy. The recent joint cabinet was quite instructive on this matter. In the coming days, we will be able to brief the committee in details on some of the key interventions in line with the classifications. Honorable Chair, the report we are presenting for you for your consideration this morning reflects the progress we have registered between 1st of July to 30th of September 2025 against the annual performance plan targets that have been set in the 2025-2026 financial year. This quarterly performance under review reflects the achievements of 86% of our targets, up from 82% in the first quarter. As we discussed extensively last year, the department received a qualified audit outcome for the 2024-2025 financial year. The basis for qualified audit opinion was on transfers and subsidies. That is, DSD recorded items that did not meet the definition of transfers and subsidies to the households in accordance with the modified cash standards. It was due to lack of systems to identify ineligible beneficiaries by SASSA. In addition, there was no proper audit evidence to transfer the subsidies, as SASSA did not implement adequate monitoring system to maintain supporting documents, that is, beneficiary files. In response, we have developed an audit action plan to provide the following: the root causes, controls put in place for us to prevent and correct all those that have been identified. The implementation start and end dates, the impact on days of the standard of operating procedures as a result of the findings. Honorable Chair and honorable members, a few years ago, we embarked on the development of information system to better integrate services delivery in the social sector and make it more efficient and to be better and more effectively monitor service delivery throughout the sector. As we will report, the systems that are in place have been working. Secondly, the quarterly report also shows that we have reached our targets to capacitate provinces to better deliver services, particularly to older persons, children, teenage parents, and persons with disabilities. While we are frustrated by the insufficient workforce of social service practitioners, in particular social workers, capacity building and training goes a long way to improving the productivity of the professionals who are working in the system. The third important thrust of our work is policy development. We have not achieved all targets, Honorable Chair, that we set ourselves, but important is that we work hard. And again, we've been working hard and we've been put some other strategies to make sure that we achieve in the next quarters. Chair, we are pleased to report that the social assistance grant funds for all 3 months in the quarter were transferred to SASSA in line with the approved revised vote, drawing thus fully achieving our targets in our largest program. With these few words, and with your permission, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to hand over to the Director General and his team for a detailed presentation of the second quarter performance and the final report. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, our Honorable Chair and Honorable members, colleagues, the CEOs of SASSA, Acting CEO of NDA, and my executive. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the second quarter report of the department. As you are aware, the department continuously get more and more mandate to implement the services. And one of the things that the department has during this quarter is to improve the performance, as Minister have alluded, from 82 to 86, so that we achieve all the targets that have been set, and also to ensure that we are able to deliver the services. We have also identified our renewed approach, which is to reduce poverty continuously. That meaning that the individuals and people that are receiving food, we increase the numbers, improving coverage of the social protection as a department, and also ensuring that we improve our livelihoods through the services that we render to communities. We also ensure that we participate in the job creation through our EPWP program, but moreover, the wealth programs that implemented the welfare services, the comprehensive social security and community development. You will see in this presentation, the chairperson and members, that we begin to show the impact of the services that we are rendering. In areas where our priorities are in terms of the gender-based violence, substance abuse, we indicated the numbers of those that access the services. We have in this report implemented an M&E system that was developed in-house, but only covering 17 districts to indicate the impact of our service so that members can see where are these the people that we are talking about, the citizens that are getting the services. We have done so as a department, and we hope that I think members will find it very well, working well with DPME to improve our reporting services. We also have we're implementing the guidelines on the performance of the information. Let me then ask ADDG for SOT to do the presentation. It's quite a lengthy presentation, but we will allow him to go through the slides that were presented. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jacques.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and Honorable Deputy Minister and colleagues. As DG indicated, the report is quite lengthy. I will present the first part of the report, whereafter the Chief Financial Officer will present the second part, which is the financial report. The first part is organized into a high-level overview, just to indicate the number and percentage of targets achieved, as well as then to speak to specifically the 5 targets that have not been achieved, and thereafter to give a detailed overview of the progress that's been achieved in the second quarter in terms of all targets for the quarter. And in that part of the presentation, we are following the reporting format that the committee members requested last year, that we also reflect the first quarter so that one can see the progress from the first quarter to the second quarter, and so on. Of course, the second quarter ended very long ago. So in the back of our minds, we have the performance information for the third quarter as well. So where appropriate, we'll just indicate what the position on especially targets that were not achieved by the second quarter has become into the third quarter. So the purpose of the presentation is to present our performance information, the reason for underperformance and corrective actions, and the improvement of unmet indicators in quarter one performance. In terms of general background and context, I think members are familiar with this information. It just speaks to the DSD's mandate, which is derived from the Constitution of the country, of course, and specific legislations, as well as Chapter 11 of the National Development Plan. And the main focus then for the department is to take action towards eradicating poverty, addressing inequality, and render social services. In particular, the large part of the department's responsibility relates to social protection, and that system is aimed at reducing vulnerability and alleviating and ultimately preventing poverty, empowering individuals, families, and community through social services. And then just to also highlight that we have concurrent functions with provincial departments of social development, and then we also oversee SASSA, the National Development Agency, and the Central Drug Authority. The National Department's mandate is primarily in relation to policy, monitoring and evaluation of its implementation by the entities as well as in the provinces, which means the actual targets in terms of how many of which service gets delivered and so on, one finds in the provincial APPs, whilst our role is one of enabling and empowering provinces to do that work. The report will indicate that we've achieved 86% of the targets that were set for the second quarter. The slide also indicates the work that's been done to improve the performance of the department, which relates to a redesigned and improved protocol of performance reporting, which our members will recall plagued us the last year and the year before. We have also strengthened our the capacity in the department's programs to follow the DPME reporting guidelines on performance information. And then we continuously and ongoingly interact with both internal audit as well as the Auditor General to preemptively address potential negative audit findings that might relate to the way in which we report information. Just this slide members are also familiar with. It is just a depiction of the value chain of the department's work, which happens under the oversight by Parliament. The department is responsible for developing policy, and from that, of course, developing legislation for consideration by Parliament, and then to put in place norms and standards for the implementation of such legislation, developing guidelines, particularly for provinces, and provide capacity building and review, which then feeds back into evaluating the policy. The slide just speaks to the impact cycle of the work that the department is responsible for. So the overall objective, of course, is to reduce poverty. And then as one moves around the bubbles, the foremost interventions to reduce poverty is by improving coverage of social protection, which leads to improved livelihoods, and improved livelihoods contributes to inclusive growth and job opportunities, and that empowers the country's people to be active as citizens of the country, as well as for the country to be a caring country. And then specific target groups as well as activities are listed within each of the bubbles under the heading. The department's programs are organized as follows. Program 1 is administration. Program 2 is social assistance, which is literally the envelope within which the monthly grant payments get transferred to SASSA to pay. So it's an envelope. It's not a program like the other ones where there are staff members, etc., etc. Then program 3, social security policy. Program 4, welfare services, and then program 5 is social policy and integrated service delivery. The APP targets in the current financial year are spread as follows, and that's for the national department, of course. 47% of targets relate to compliance, 38% of targets relate to policy development and research, 11% to capacity building, and 4% to system development, which at this point in time is obviously critically important as the governance of our work modernizes and increasingly digitalizes. At the high level, Chairperson and honorable members, this is what the performance looks like, and we have put Q1 as well as Q2 so that members can just comparatively also look at the 2 quarters. And I'm just going to speak to the Q2 on the right-hand side. The total number of targets for Q2 were 37. Of the 37, 32 were achieved and 5 were not achieved. The targets that were not achieved include 1 in Program 1, 1 in Program 3, 1 in Program 4, and 2 in Program 5. And then the expression of the percentages one finds in the far right-hand column, and that all adds up, of course, to 86% for the second quarter. Thank you. And this is just a visual depiction of exactly the same information at the level of the department. Firstly, I'm then going to just speak on the targets that have not been achieved, whereafter we will move to the targets that have been achieved. So members will recall in Q2 is the quarter in which the Auditor General report gets produced and discussed and analyzed, etc. So we had extensive discussions with the Portfolio Committee on the qualified audit outcome for the 2024-25 financial year. And the Minister spoke quite elaborately when she made the opening remarks on the basis for the qualified opinion, which really related to transfers and subsidies, and the challenges that were experienced with the systems to identify ineligible beneficiaries by SASSA. The department at that point in time put together an audit action plan, and that was circulated, discussed within the department as well as externally. And those 5 bullets then indicate what the department has identified in order to address the audit findings. I think it's important to just emphasize that since the end of the second quarter, the audit action plan has been rigorously implemented by the department, and there's been close collaboration with SASSA on many of the matters that were findings in order to place ourselves in a much better position for the audit that will be coming after the 25-26 financial year. In Program 3, the target in the second quarter was to submit the basic income support draft policy to Cabinet to request approval to publish it for public comments. Now, that was not achieved. Processes that had to be followed in order to submit it to Cabinet. So, for example, the CIAS certification that was obtained, a consultation report was developed and approved by the end of the quarter. But Cabinet at the time directed that further consultation should take place, particularly with National Treasury, but also with DPME in the presidency. And those consultations had not been completed by the end of the quarter. So the work is ongoing, and the important thing, of course, is that this is a policy for the whole of the government. So one needs to find each other amongst different departments before finalizing such a piece of work. But the work is ongoing, and of course there will be the progress report presentation later in the meeting. In program 4, there was a target to present the National Plan of Action for Children at the Technical Working Group of the FOSAT Social Protection, Community and Human Development Cluster. The plan was processed to the working group in the quarter, but could not be presented. But I think it's important that we highlight that the presentation was scheduled for 7 days after the end of the quarter, and subsequent to that, in the third quarter, the work was not only caught up, but it was also completed with the finalization and approval of the National Plan of Action for Children. So members will see in the next quarter, that next quarterly report, that this one is coded green. In program 5, there were 2 targets that had not been met. The one was to submit the progress review report on the implementation of the population policy to Cabinet for approval. The report was finalized, but it still has to be processed through the SPCHD cluster of FOSAT. The main thing there really was that because the target was not met in the quarter prior to this one, there were other time-bound commitments that the technical expert team had to attend to in the third quarter, particularly the Population Association of Southern Africa conference, which involved academics from throughout the region. So the objective is to continue with the processing of this very important report. And then also under program 5, the target to submit the government section reproductive justice strategy to Cabinet for approval was not achieved. The strategy was submitted and approved by the FOSAT Social Protection, Community and Human Development cluster before the beginning of the financial year. As the CAB memo was finalized, there was some additional guidance that came out of the Cabinet Lekgotla in the second quarter of last year around, Cabinet memos and memos of this nature specifically. So we just reviewed whether the strategy was still compliant. And then secondly, of course, when this is a strategy that is interdepartmental in nature, so that review then had to be checked with the other partner departments in this work, and subsequently the strategy document and the CAB memo have been updated and is being processed to Cabinet in the current quarter. At this juncture, we'll go program by program to look at each of the 37 targets and the progress. And of course, as I've indicated in our slides, we will also refer to the progress of the first quarter to give a historical sense of where it's coming from. But I will only speak to the second quarter targets. The other aspect of the slides is at the bottom of each slide, there is an impact statement so that members can also see what the intended impact by each of the outputs and targets by the department was. So this first slide refers to entity oversight, and it has been reported that the entity oversight framework is being implemented on a quarterly basis, and therefore the target is on track. The second target under Program 1 relates to the National Integrated Social Protection Information System, or NISPIS in short. So in the second quarter, the target was to integrate DSD data and Department of Basic Education data. This is quite important, particularly in relation to the Child Protection Register that DSD is responsible for, and the Department of Basic Education's eCares Early Childhood Development System. So this integration enables the automated verification of the suitability of potential teachers during recruitment processes, ensuring compliance with child protection regulations. And of course, the impact of this integrated system will promote service delivery, but very importantly, the impact of this intervention in the second quarter is a major contributor to the protection and safety of our children. The third target under Program 1 refers to the digitalization of DSD's services, and particularly in the first quarter there was a feasibility assessment, and then in the second quarter the target was to integrate digital technologies into business processes. And the slide then indicates in the actual output the number of business processes and the names of the business processes into which the digital technologies have been integrated. And again, the impact being to have the integrated social protection system would promote provision of social development services in an integrated and efficient manner. And as members will see, children are quite at the center of the targeted beneficiaries of this work. In finance, I have spoken to the qualified audit, so I don't think it's necessary to repeat the same information again. That runs across 2 slides. We're basically repeating all the information that's also been in the high-level summary that I started with. Program 2, social assistance. The quarterly target in this regard is to transfer 100% of the social assistance grant funds to SASSA in line with the approved vote drawings from National Treasury. So that has been achieved, and it has been achieved in most of the this specific target has been achieved ever since it's been formulated, even in the previous financial year. In Social Security Policy and Administration, the target that was not achieved in the second quarter is the Basic Income Support Draft Policy submission to Cabinet. I've spoken about that when I was doing the high-level summary, so I won't repeat that. Just to indicate the corrective action is obviously that the consultation with Treasury is taking place. The other Social Security Policy and Administration targets have been met. The annual target in this regard is to conduct oversight visits at the provincial offices, the 9 provincial offices of SASSA, to monitor the implementation of the social assistance regulations. So for the second quarter, the target was to visit 3 provinces, and the 3 provinces that were visited include Gauteng, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. So this target is on track for the year. In the appeals adjudication, the target for the year is to, and therefore for each quarter, is to adjudicate 90% of appeals within 90 days of receipt. So in quarter 2, the department managed to adjudicate almost 95% and the numbers are cited there, of appeals within 90 days of receipt. It's one of these instances where one has to explain when you've achieved more than the target. So obviously it's good to have achieved 5% more than the target, but it just indicates there in the column for reasons for deviation that the collaboration between SASSA and ITSA ensures that documentation moves timeously and therefore it's possible to do better than the 90%. The next target is to conduct appeals awareness sessions, and the target for the year is 200. So that's at SASSA local offices. So 50 appeals awareness sessions per quarter is the quarterly target. In the second quarter, the awareness sessions overshot the target quite substantially to 123 appeals awareness sessions. So this was the consequence due to the electronic application process that was introduced by SASSA. So of course with modernization, then productivity increases and therefore the higher number of sessions were conducted. And then this one, the audit report on social grants assistance, does not have a quarterly target for the second quarter. So we'll report again on it in the third quarter. The output to conduct training on social assistance legislation in the implementation of social assistance regulations had a target of 2 provinces in the second quarter. Actually, 3 provinces were then capacity building was conducted in 3 provinces, which is more than the 2. So the reason for this really was that when the oversight visits took place, the officials were already in the province doing the oversight, so they did the training as well, which is much more cost effective than going twice, by combining it in a single activity. So this target is more than on track for the financial year. In program 4, welfare services, policy development and implementation support, members will see that as provinces deliver the bulk of the services, there are many training and capacity building interventions by the national department to ensure that provinces as well as districts within the provinces are capacitated to do their work better. The target for the second quarter in relation to children's legislation and families was to conduct 6 capacity building sessions on the Children's Act, and that was done. There was also a target to capacitate districts, and these are particularly districts where teenage pregnancies are high, to capacitate 12 districts on the teenage parent program for the year. So the target in the first quarter was achieved, and then in the second quarter, the target was 5 districts, but the target was achieved and overachieved because 6 districts were then capacitated. And that's basically the overachievement is because there's really a very high demand for this training from the provinces as well as the district offices then. And as members will see, the 6 districts were in the Western Cape. So again, when in the province, it just makes more financial sense to complete all 6 than to come back and then go back later for another one. Still on children and families, the target is for the year is to capacitate 11 districts on the white paper on families. And the target for the second quarter was to capacitate 4 districts. 6 districts were ultimately capacitated for the same reason as the previous one. They are all in one part of the country, and the demand for the training is really high in the districts, which is a good sign. In the area of HIV and AIDS, the department is responsible for monitoring the implementation of social and behavior change programs. So the target for the second and this monitoring of the implementation, the annual target is 7 provinces. In the second quarter, the target was 3 provinces, and the monitoring that take place in Northwest Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So the target is on track. Still in relation to HIV/AIDS, the monitoring of the implementation of the guidelines for social service practitioners enabling access to HIV services. So that monitoring has a target of 10 districts for the year. The second quarter target was 3 districts, and that was done across the districts of 3 provinces, Northwest Limpopo and Mpumalanga. The capacitation of districts on the register on adoptable children and prospective adoptive parents, or RACAP. The target was 3 districts for the second quarter, same as the first quarter, and the districts are listed there where the capacitation took place, and therefore the target is on track. Under children's services, in the community-based prevention and early intervention services to vulnerable children program, which in short is RISIHA, the target was to monitor the implementation of the services to vulnerable children. And in the second quarter, the target was specifically to monitoring, takes place across all the provinces. The second quarter, the target was to compile a consolidated monitoring report on that, as in the first quarter, and that was done, and that report covers all 9 provinces. Still under children's services, to conduct educational awareness sessions on the prevention of sexual abuse of children in 5 provinces is the target for the year. The quarterly target was 1 province, and this educational awareness session was conducted in the Eastern Cape province. So this target is also still on track. Under older persons, services to older persons, the target for the year is to conduct 2 awareness campaigns against the abuse of older persons. So in the first quarter, what was reported by us at the time was that there was an awareness campaign. It was implemented in the Eastern Cape, but it was marked red because the target in the APP said the Western Cape. So the work was done, and for the reasons that were discussed at the end of the first quarter, there was that shift to the Eastern Cape that took place. So the work was done. It was just not done at the place where the target was set for. The second quarter target is to commemorate World Alzheimer's Day in KwaZulu-Natal, and that was done, so there's no deviation there. As far as the monitoring of the implementation of regulations on requirements for conditions for registration to practice social service professions in all provinces, and this is in relation to the target for the second quarter was to do this monitoring in 3 provinces. 2 provinces were targeted in the first quarter and was overachieved in the first quarter. They did 3. And then in the second quarter, Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga were covered, which means for the rest of the year, only 3 provinces are left, and this target is on target. The draft supervision policy for social service professionals is aimed, or the aim is to, by the end of the current financial year, have presented this policy for approval to the heads of Social Development Committee, which is the intergovernmental national and provincial DSD's committee of heads of departments. So in the first quarter, this draft supervision policy was developed. In the second quarter, the target was to consult the provinces, NPOs, the South African Council for Social Service Professionals, as well as other government departments and the institutions of higher learning that employ social service professionals. And these consultations did take place. Workshops were conducted in the provinces, and all the other stakeholders, NPOs, other departments, and institutions of higher learning were involved in those consultations. So it's on track. In social crime prevention and anti-substance abuse, there's the target to monitor the implementation of the integrated social crime prevention electronic information management system in 10 districts for the year. So this one ramps up. The first quarter, the target was 1 district. The second quarter, and there was more than 1 district done in the first quarter. The second quarter, the monitoring was to take place in 3 districts, and it did take place in all those districts that are listed there. So this target is well on track. The next 2 or 3 slides just demonstrate, as the DG alluded to, the value of the monitoring and evaluation system that the department is busy implementing across the provinces, and which substantially provides information at this point in time on 17 districts. And obviously, ultimately, by the end of the current term of government, it will provide information on all districts. So here is cited under alcohol and substance abuse. The number of service users, 38,503, who accessed substance abuse disorder treatment services in the country. So these things happen at provincial level, but they then get reported upwards, and that assists us to see the impact of the work that the national department does in the provinces through service delivery by the provinces. So in the 17 districts that are currently live on the system, in the current financial year, again, 1,644 service users accessed substance use disorder treatment services. And it also indicates how many of service users are male, female, as well as persons with disabilities, and by age. So this slide just sort of shows the information that then gets visually depicted in the next slide. So that is what the front end of the information system looks like. This is the front page for service users who access substance use disorder treatment services, and the number of people who accessed it in those districts are there. Next to that, the number of persons with disabilities. Then after that, the male-female breakdown, which indicates that in the 17 districts, the majority who accessed the service were male. And then on the right-hand side, there's the age breakdown, and then towards the bottom, the top 10 by service point. And there's a access timeline as well, which shows monthly figures, and then a provincial breakdown at the end. The and then those statistics show the provincial performance in relation to, the national target, which is to capacitate provinces to implement the universal provincial curriculum in public treatment centers. In this instance, the quarterly target for the department was to capacitate 3 provinces. We actually capacitated 4 provinces. They are listed there. And that was because there was more demand, and we were able to deliver on that demand. We'll show 1 or 2 more examples of this monitoring and evaluation system that's going to help us and those who do oversight over us to, in real time, be able to follow what outputs are being achieved in the provinces in order to implement the programs on which the national department provides direction and guidance and oversight and capacity building. In the area of gender-based violence, the target to monitor the implementation of psychosocial services and shelter policy for the year is in 15 GBVF hotspot areas, in line with the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. So the second quarter target was to monitor this implementation in 5 hotspot areas, and that was achieved. The areas are listed there. They are areas within the Free State and the Western Cape. And then again, just as I did just now, so here we see just an overview of what our electronic monitoring and evaluation system is telling us. The first 2 quarters of the year, almost 121,000 victims of gender-based violence and femicide accessed psychosocial services. Then it goes down to the numbers that were achieved in the districts where the system is being implemented, and also the different types of services that are being accessed. So there's the psychosocial support services as well as sheltering services. The gender breakdown. So the majority of those who utilize psychosocial services are women, 70%, and men are at 30%. And then we've also reached, the provinces have also reached almost 80,000 people through the awareness and advocacy for social crime prevention programs. And again, more women than men in that regard. The age breakdown also shows that young people have been the majority of those who have participated or been reached through this awareness programs. And the top 2 provinces were the Northwest and Eastern Cape. So that depiction on the M&E system looks like this. This, of course, the slide speaks to victims of crime and violence, all victims of crime and violence who received psychosocial support in the 17 specific districts where the data have been captured. And this slide just shows the beneficiaries who were receiving psychosocial support services in total, which was 103,000, including almost 104,000, including 1,400 persons with disabilities. So what we hope to do, Chairperson, is as the system improves to increasingly integrate it into our reporting so that we are able to not only talk about the outputs of the national department by quarter, but also to talk about how these outputs are contributing to service delivery and what the service delivery trends are at the provincial level. The target that we spoke about when in the first part of the presentation to present the National Plan of Action for Children at the Technical Working Group, as indicated, that target was not reached by the 30th of September. It was reached on the 7th of October, but then thereafter this plan of action made its way all the way through to cabinet and got approved. So for the year, this target is on track, and the annual target has already been reached. As far as services to persons with disabilities is concerned, there's a program, a pilot program on respite care services to children with disabilities and their families. That, as members may recall, last year we reported on the piloting of that program. This year, our target is to do a costing report on the respite care services, if one were to roll it out in the whole country. So templates were developed and achieved in the first quarter. In the second quarter, the target was to identify and collect the so-called costing units in respite care, and the two pilot districts in Mpumalanga as well as in the Northern Cape were the districts where the in-depth work is being done. So the costing units to inform the costing model were successfully collected or completed in the two districts where the pilot is taking place. So this is on track. There was also the target to submit the policy on social development services to persons with disabilities to cabinet for approval. That was a second quarter target. It was submitted to the Social Protection Community and Human Development Cabinet Committee. The committee has not approved it yet, but the target was to submit it, and it was submitted and substantially presented at that cabinet committee during the second quarter. And of course, on the basis of the comments that were made by the cabinet committee and by departments, ministers who are members of that cabinet committee, work is being done to address what was raised so that it can be resubmitted. Program 5. I did speak to the progress report on the implementation of the population policy, which is not on track yet. The report is there, it's done, but it's not been processed through the foresight system yet, and therefore also not to cabinet yet. But I've spoken to that in the first slide. The next target, which was also not achieved yet, I've spoken to in the first slides as well. So we are catching up on that on this one, the Sexual and Reproductive Justice Strategy. Then there's a target to monitor the implementation of the framework on the integration of the population policy in the district development model. So this is basically to ensure that the one plans that are produced through the district development model do express the population policy objectives that are relevant to district level. The population unit has worked since in the introduction of the district development model with all district teams to ensure that this is understood, to also contribute data as well as capacity building into that. And now the provincial population units are continuing with that work, and the national population unit monitors and reports across all the one plans about the extent to which the integration of the population policy in the one plans is maintained, and that report was produced in the second quarter. In the area of community mobilization and empowerment, the department for the entire portfolio has a responsibility for providing a framework that would speak to the integration of social development services as a whole into the one plans in the district development model. So for the year, the target is to develop such a framework for the department as a whole. And the concept document was developed in the first quarter. In the second quarter, the target was to conduct a virtual consultation with stakeholders, and that virtual consultation did take place. Under youth development, the target is to monitor the implementation of the DSD youth development policy in all provinces. So for the first quarter, there was a target of 3 provinces. Second quarter, there was a target of 3 provinces. In the first quarter, only 1 province was achieved. But then in the second quarter, 5 provinces were achieved, so that we basically managed to catch up with the targets up to this point at the end of the second quarter. So the target, so the 2-quarter target of 3 plus 3, 6, has now been achieved. And then here's just another demonstration of how the electronic M&E system reflects targets in relation to youth development that the provinces are pursuing. So the following slide is going to show that by the end of the quarter 2, 6,552 youth participated in youth skills development programs, and of the 6,500, 26 were persons with disabilities, and 64% were women. Almost 2/3 of the participants had matric plus and then a small part of that group also had a tertiary education qualification. In the same period, the youth mobilization programs implemented equated to 1,653. So this is just what it looks like on the M&E system dashboard. In non-profit organizations, the target in every quarter is to register 100% of qualifying applications within 2 months of receipt in compliance with the NPO Act. In the second quarter, the target was achieved, and the numbers are given there. All qualifying NPOs, which were 411, were registered within 2 months. And of course, there was the first quarter target because there were so many applications, and the target was not registered, but that has been caught up in the second quarter then. Still with NPOs, 80% of NPO reports should be processed within 2 months of receipt. And in the second quarter, 82% of reports were processed within the 2-month period. Under poverty alleviation, sustainable livelihoods, and food security, the So the target for the year is the annual report on the implementation of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan. The second quarter was to develop a consolidated National Food and Nutrition Security Plan implementation report. And the report has been compiled as reported there. Under food and nutrition security, the M&E system shows in the districts where data are collected the number of individuals who access nutritious food through DSD programs. And one can see there almost 56,000, which includes 3,600 persons with disabilities, the majority being female, and the majority being over 60 years old. But also other age groups are reflected there as well. This one counts households who have accessed nutritious food through DSD food programs, and the number of households then being 6,066. And one sees the timeline there on the right-hand side. I think we should not worry that it went down to zero at December. It was just that by the time of this report being drawn out, the December data had not been captured yet by the provinces. Then still under the same poverty alleviation, etc., the target for the year is to produce a white paper on policy on linking social protection beneficiaries to sustainable livelihood opportunities. So in the first quarter, a draft discussion document was drawn up. In the second quarter, the target was to conduct consultations on this draft discussion paper with the provinces and then to report on that. And then, as indicated, those consultations did take place with the provinces. This brings the reporting of performance information to an end. Honorable Chair and members, I will now hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to proceed with a summary of the financial of expenditure in the second quarter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just before we go to the financial part of the presentation, I just want for members not to be concerned about the fact that we've taken longer on this particular presentation than we have on the agenda. I believe that we will make up this time, and in so saying, I also would like to ask that we allow both presentations to go ahead, and we just jot our questions as members so that we can save our time in this regard. So once the department finishes with the financial reporting, we will then go over to the presentation of the progress in the BIS policy, if that's okay with honorable members. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Minister and the DM, the CEOs, and honorable members of the committee. I will be taking you through the summary of the expenditure for quarter two. On the first slide, we are looking at the spending against 294 billion, which was then in quarter two was sitting at 48.90. We've also projected the previous financial year at the very same time, which was sitting at 50.4%. To date, Honorable Chair, Yes, we are reporting for Q2, but to date, we are sitting at 76.56%. So we are in line with our linear projection of, in terms of Q2 was supposed to be at 50%, Q3 at 75%. So we will be able to spend our budget 100%. There may just be a savings on the compensation of employees budget, but on the goods and services budget, we should be okay. This slide just talks to both the quarters, Q1 and Q2. Program 1 spent 54.09%. And then program 2, the social assistance, the big money, it was 49.09%. Then program 3, the social security policy and administration at 40.93%. That program also includes the grants administration for the money that is transferred to SASSA for them to administer the grants, and also the 76 million that is also transferred to SASSA for the fraud investigations. Then on program 4, we've spent 43.55% during this quarter. Then program 5, which is social policy and integrated service delivery, we spent 53.55%. That also includes the transfer to NDA, which at this point we had already transferred 60% in line with our agreement with NDA. Then the rest of this slide then talks to our economic classification in terms of the current payments. Current payments being the compensation of employees. This is now our operational budget, which we were sitting during this period at 47.50%. Then goods and services at 50.53%. Then on transfers and subsidies at 48.87%. Also on the departmental agencies and accounts at 41.52%. Then on the foreign transfers at 80.47%. On the non-profit institutions at 22.61%. Then households at 49.09%. Moving on to the next slide, we're referring to the operational spending, excluding the major transfers, meaning we're excluding the grants, we're including all other transfers, but just our operational budget. During this quarter under review, we're sitting at 48.68%. As I said, when we're looking at where we are now, we are in line with the linear projection. Then on the next slide, this is just the 2 quarters combined, Q1 and Q2 on the compensation of employees to say where we were. Then on goods and services, Q1 and Q2. Then on the next slide, we are looking at the operational spending per program, looking at the combined, meaning both the compensation of employees and the goods and services budget. Program 1 was sitting at 54.54%. Then program 3 at 33%. Then program 4 at 47%. And then program 5 at 44%. Just on the compensation alone for programs, program 1 was at 50.1%, program 3 at 36%, program 4 at 50%, program 5 at 45.7%. The department, as alluded, we are busy with the filling of the positions. So around this area, in some programs, they seem to be under expenditure, but we're hoping by the time we finalize the year, we would have appointed. As I mentioned, there may then be some savings on the compensation of employees, as there were delays in terms of the filling of the positions. But other than that, we are on track with the spending of the budget. This slide is just the graphic illustration of our projections versus the actual expenditure on compensation of employees. The red being the actual expenditure per month, and then the light, the pink or the other color is on what we had projected. And then on goods and services per program, we program 1, we spend 59%. I will take you through the reasons for high expenditure for program 1, but we are closely monitoring it. Then program 3, they were sitting at 26%. Then program 4 at 47%, and program 5 at 38%. And this is also just the illustration of the graph illustration of our projected expenditure, to say we had projected this month, this much for each month, and the actual being red. We can see during this quarter there was a slight drop in August, as a couple of invoices were not paid. Those ones were invoices from SITA that the department had a dispute on. They were charging us for the services that they are also charging SASSA. So we then had to hold on to those invoices and ensure that those are sorted. Plus the one invoice for the building accommodation was paid in September. So there was that, including the journals that were done for the correction of the IJS project payments. Then this is just our major spending items on goods and services. Travel and subsistence remains the main, followed by all of those, the audit fees. These are the fees that we pay to the Auditor General for them to conduct the audit. And they've already commenced with that audit. And they have already given us the engagement letter, and their prices have gone up by 6%. So next year we will be showing a higher figure there, including the computer services. These are mandatory services that we pay to SITA, connectivities and all other services that you cannot get from elsewhere other than from SITA. Then consultants and the operating leases that we are using as the department. Then when we look at the expenditure analysis in terms of what program 1 is spending their budget on the right-hand side, it is just the graphic that shows the compensation of employees, the percentage that went through that for that quarter. And then also the split between compensation of employees, the goods and services, the payment of capital assets, including the transfers that we are responsible for program 1. So they've spent, please admit. They've spent on compensation of employees, 119 million, which was then 50% of the budget at the time, which was correct because we were on quarter 2, which is then 6 months. This program has the headcount of 332 positions. Then on goods and services, we looking at all the payments that are mandatory services as I indicated. That includes your security, cleaning, contracts, audit fees, fleet management, IT services, and so on. All those that are transversal to the department. And the graph just shows those, which is the high spending items for this program. Then on the next program 3, again, we're showing the split in terms of the compensation of employees on the right-hand side, the goods and services, the CAPEX, and the transfers. Under the compensation of employees, they've spent 27 million for Q2, covering a headcount of 67 positions. Then under the spending, under goods and services, they've spent 8.5 million. Their key spending items is on consultants, travel, and the venues. This is the very same that I've indicated. These are just the cost drivers for Q2 for program 3, because as part of what they do, they need to have, they need to hire the venues. They also need to travel, and in certain cases, appoint consultants to cover areas of specialty like research and legislative review. Then on program 4, which is welfare services, policy development, and implementation support. Again, on the right-hand side, we're looking at the split between the COE, goods and services, the CAPEX, which is capital assets, and the transfers. So that is their expenditure there. On the compensation of employees, they've spent 81.4 million, funding a headcount of 227 positions. Then they've spent 44.9 million on their goods and services. And their key spending is on the following: the marketing, the catering, consultants, travel, and the venues. They are major cost drivers, as I indicated, because they need to conduct a lot of workshops, consultative workshops, conferences, and forums. So they do sometimes spend on the hiring of venues, including the traveling and the appointment of consultants, the marketing in terms of their services. And then we move on to program 5, which is the social policy and integrated service delivery, which they've spent 64.2 million for Q2. On the right-hand side, it is just the split again that shows how much they've spent on the compensation of employees and also on the goods and services, the transfers and CAPEX. On their compensation of employees, they've spent 45.4 million, which funds a headcount of 94 positions. And they've spent 16.3 million on goods and services, which then relates to their operational expenses. Their key spending items is on travel, consultants, venues, training, and the advertisements. They do a lot of advertisement in terms of the NPO policy technical committee teams. They also buy a lot of promotional material, and consultants. They also travel a lot in terms of launching of the new NPO system in the Northwest Province. There's also spending on catering. And yes, there would have been much more, but then they had some challenges with the delayed procurement processes, but those have since been sorted out. Then they also do a lot of training in terms of the food safety and quality assurance. And I've also indicated the traveling and venues. My presentation ends here, Chairperson. As a department, I think I will then hand over to the DG to finish off with the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chairperson and the Minister and honorable members. We recommend that I think the Portfolio Committee need to know the departmental performance of 86%, as well as the expenditure for the second quarter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, for that. As mentioned earlier, I didn't see any. Oh, I see a hand now. I had said that we will get the next presentation before we ask questions, but I see Honorable Nyai's hand is up.
No, I'm aligned, Chair, with your proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Honorable members, please then wait so that the department can continue to present. I know the department is ready. So DG, you are back with the next presentation, please. Thanks.
To cabinet, so we just be ready to take it back to cabinet. But I will ask Maureen the few slides that indicates to you in terms of what happened and what needed to happen. Over to you, Maureen Mokhotsi, who is acting DDG for Corporate Support Services, Comprehensive Social Security Program. Maureen, online. You are lower. Can you speak to the computer?
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yeah. You can shout better also. Maureen, go ahead. Next slide. Next. Maureen, you can go ahead.
Thank you, DG. Honorable members, good morning. Minister, Deputy Minister, senior members of government, and everyone in the platform. My presentation will be on progress of the COVID SRD, as well as basic income support. So I'll just read the purpose, the background.
Sorry,
Progress
excuse
since
me.
2025.
Excuse me, ma'am. My name is Bridget. I just heard you mention the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister. You are actually addressing the Portfolio Committee. Did you mention the committee?
My apologies. I thought I started with members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee.
Oh, okay.
I've been struggling to connect, so maybe when I mentioned I was not connected, my apologies. Honorable Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. So my presentation will focus on the purpose, the background, progress, envisage next step, as well as recommendation from our side. The purpose is to provide progress to the Portfolio Committee on the development of the Basic Income Support Policy that we know abbreviate as BIS. Can we move? At the last PC meeting, the department provided progress report as follows. We presented or tabled the draft policy on bees in cabinet in November 2024. We were then instructed to consult particularly on the linkages and economic inclusion for the SRD beneficiaries. We were also requested to engage other relevant departments that will assist us in linking beneficiaries to those services. This culminated in the June 2025 consultation report, whose findings were infused in the revised basic income support. The updated BEES policy was then shared with National Treasury and the Presidency. Remember, one of the key instruction was to go back and engage National Treasury on the sustainability of the basic income support. In October 2025, we then held a 2-day policy colloquium where we brought all different departments that will be impacted by the basic income support. The name or the theme for the colloquium was From Grants to Growth, Integrating Social Protection and Income Generating Opportunities. As I indicated, various government departments, including the National Treasury, the Presidency, participated in the colloquium. We also brought in international experts to assist us in the discussions. The colloquium provided a valuable platform for building the case for the continuation of income support for the working age populations. What was key in the colloquium was the role of technology and coherent institutional design to support the implementation of basic income support. Can we move? So what happened since June 2025? Following the colloquium, the department held several engagements with the Presidency, the National Treasury, and other relevant departments, and shared the updated BEES report for National Treasury's input. National Treasury then wrote back to the department indicating that they would want to see the revised costing of the proposed policy and also the roles of different departments in this particular policy. So then they said they will not be able to support the policy before that process was completed. The Presidency has then assisted the department in facilitating engagements with other government initiatives, such as the My Mzansi program. I indicated earlier that technology is key in linking different programs. So the Mzansi platform was identified to assist us in that particular function. These initiatives are being infused into the BEES policy framework to respond to the Cabinet's question about how will income support be linked to other economic opportunities. Once the costing work is completed, it will be also added to the policy proposals. The indication that I obtained, or as a department from the Presidency, is that we will finalize the costing work by mid-February. Can we move? After completing that particular revised policy, we will then go back to National Treasury to request their support. Remember, Cabinet indicated that we can only come once we have agreed with National Treasury on a way forward. The department is pleased to report that the draft allocation letter for 2026-2027 has been included as an allocation for SRD provision until March 2026. This is very important for the department because it will allow us to complete the finalization of the BEES policy and its approval. The regulation for the COVID SRD provision, we have completed. We have routed now for a state law advisor for certification. Yesterday, we received certification from the presidency that we can proceed with the presenting the draft regulation for public comments. We are pleased to inform Parliament that we are intending to publish the draft regulations in the next 2 weeks. The department is targeting March 2027 to submit the revised policy on basic income support to Cabinet for consideration. However, it's important to highlight that this is dependent on National Treasury as well support for the policy. It is recommended that the Portfolio Committee take note of the progress made in the development of basic income support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members, and Minister and DM. Here we are. Back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that presentation. I know that your name is Maureen, but I have forgotten the surname. But thank you so much for that short and sweet presentation with milestones. And I believe that the members are ready to engage with both presentation. Please, honorable members. The members whose hands I see is the brand spanking new member of the committee, Honorable Nazli Sharif. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I also raise my hand.
I recognize it. I'm going, in the sequence of hands being raised. Did you want to speak first, Honorable Mnyai?
That will be good privilege.
Okay, let me give you the privilege. Honorable Mnyai?
Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister and Deputy and Director General and all senior management and honorable members. Firstly, Chair, with the we note the 86% that has been registered as a progress. But I must say that there seems to be a systematic underperformance. And I'll address those areas of systematic underperformance. For instance, the qualified audit opinion for the period under review points to a fundamental failure. And simply having an audit action plan within the DSD is not enough. We need, through the administrative leadership, to see the enforceable directive and capacity injection that will ensure that this does not repeat during the period 2025-2026. And therefore, one will recommend a establishment of the war room, primarily, Minister, to look at the performance matters and audit issues. With regard to the program performance and real impact on consistency with the AG culture shift, while the reports highlight output, like the number of the people reached by awareness program, it is silent on the outcomes and the impact. For example, what is the measures reduction of substance abuse among the 38,503 service users? So the issues of the trend in food security for households post-intervention impact chair, it is critical because we would want to see the system that's being built to capture this database going forward. On matters relating to Chief Financial Officer, the CFO, on chronic underspending and service delivery impact. CFO, the department is only spending 48.9% of its budget by media, which is a significant underperformance. This often leads to last-minute inefficient spending and crucially also means we're not reaching the people on time. Can you perhaps provide, and I know you provided program by program analysis, showing some specific service delivery items. But the key issue, what is the single bottleneck in the procurement process that caused this underspending on matters relating to shelter, funding for youth skills, and so on? On the cost driver, I know that there's a strong need for multi-year procurement strategy that need to be put in place to transition from costly external consultant to building sustainable capacity and using the government digital infrastructure that is available. So, I mean, if, for instance, the plan is to hold 30% forum, virtually the most, why not 70%? Why you plan for 30%? Because this issue of planning for less is just virtually being modest. Minister, I'm addressing your official today relevant to this performance because why not having 70% of this fora that need to see impact reaching out to the rural areas of our province, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, all these, Mpumalanga and so forth and so on. So the presentation also shows the discontent between administration and also integrated service delivery, which means to directly fight poverty, we are only spending only 64 million. We need to spend more because this department is at the cold face of service delivery. CFO and the DG, is not acceptable that for integrated service delivery, which must directly fight poverty, we're only spending 64 million. We need a plan ratio for service delivery impact over the MTF period. It is very important that we must address that issue. Because in final analysis, we are missing, let me rather ask the question, who is specifically being held accountable for these failures, DG, on the administrative level with respect to performance? So I'm sure a 48.9% mid-year expenditure is not a mild deviation. It's a severe poor financial planning and execution. At moment like this, we must ask the question: how many NPOs will be impacted as a result of the delay in underspending? Because we need to make sure that all these issues of financial underperformance, chronic underperformance on finances, it requires also to ask the question: are you, as the CFO, what is your own red line? Given this trajectory of qualified audit, which indicate chronic underspending, what constitutes a failure in your minds? At what point do you deem your own performance unacceptable? What is your own red line? Because it's critical to look at these issues. Because if money is not being spent and our people are waiting for the service delivery in our communities, it becomes a problem. In fact, you will be equally by indirectly contributing to the minister's performance or minister failure to deliver the mandate. We want the administration to pull up their socks and do what they are paid to do. Because we can't accept poor performance. We can't accept any more qualified audit. We don't. Because these have to do with internal controls. As I said earlier in conclusion, Chair, but on the issues of the BIS, I think let's welcome the progress. But I don't know what is it Mamzanzi? Mamzanzi from the president have to do, if I can be clarified, have to do with the BIS policy formulation. I don't know. But the progress we must welcome. But I think 2027, to go back to cabinet is a little bit too far, but we'll have to engage with the minister on that regard. Post this presentation. It's not something that we can try to elaborate further. But it's very important that we implement all policies and we agree. Beyond even the BIS, there are other policies that we are supposed to deal with. And GBF victims, as you put them as 125,935 GB victims, which you have assessed, and the skill program. These are the performance theater of this department. And I'm sure the genuine impact report going forward will be helpful. Thank you very much. And we note the 86% performance, but we are having concern with the administration because this work that we are raising is not the work that needs to be done by minister. It must be done by UDG and your administration and the CFO. What we have raised, it's what you need to do as you are appointed to do that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mnyai. I now understand why you wanted to speak first.
No, it's important.
Yeah. The Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the honourable members and to the officials and to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. And thank you for the warm welcome, Chairperson. I really do appreciate it. I am still finding my feet in a very big but important portfolio. And I just want to send a special greeting to Minister Tolashe. It's going to be great to work with you again in this new term of Parliament. Chairperson, I have been mostly covered by the previous honourable member around the dismal performance that seems to plague social development, especially around your GBVF sort of indicators, and with gender-based violence and femicide and the policies falling specifically within social development, it's very, very important that this department picks up their socks in terms of getting assistance for victims and survivors, but also making sure that our systems are in place that deals with this effectively. It is one thing to agree that yes, we live in a violent society. It is another thing to say that we as those in government take this pandemic, which it is, seriously, and to make sure that we have the resources available to assist those that face gender-based violence and femicide on a daily basis. Chairperson, I want to focus my questions around the second presentation. Firstly, I agree that March 2027 is a long time away. That is literally just over a year. We are now in February 2026. And to have a colloquium is a good thing, but that cannot be the only progress that you have made since 2024 or June 2025. It's really almost laughable, Chairperson, and please excuse me, but for government to take so long to come up with a policy position is very concerning. And I agree with Treasury. How do you send a proposal without costing it? I mean, surely that is part of the administrative efforts. When you submit any proposal, you submit it with how much it's going to cost government, especially submitting it to the presidency and to National Treasury. So my first question around that is, what does the costing model look like? Is there a budget around this policy? What is the current status of that? And if the proposal date for 2027 would be is the proposal date, does that then mean that implementation only happens post 2027? What is the plan for that? Chairperson, like I said, I'm still finding my feet, so I'll just leave it at that, and hopefully more contribution in the future. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif, for that. We will now go over to the Honorable Peters. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you and good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the honorable members as well as the Minister and Deputy Minister, as well as all the officials from the department. Now, the two previous MPs obviously discussed at length the underperformance, but I think just to summarize it is that, with the current spending trajectory, is it sufficient to ensure full budget utilization by the end of the 2025-26 financial year? And then at the same time, how will the department ensure that financial underperformance does not translate into unmet social development outcomes? Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peters. We'll go straight over to the Honorable Reverend Kobaza.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. And greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and members of the department. Chair, we've had the report and the achievements, and but I will go straight to the empowerment or the development itself, where we bring in the EPWP, and we tend to brag about it while we have the NDA, of which should be doing all the development in the social development department. So this gives a challenge to say that the department itself is not ready or able to actually take people out of poverty. This is serious in our country. I think most of us go down to the wards and work with the people at the wards as we represent the public in parliament. And we see it, the poverty, we see it firsthand. And the department is not serious in addressing these things. And we keep on talking about EPWP, of which it is not sustainable. And why I'm saying so is because there are a number of people in your learnerships, they are earning money and they are sitting at home. They are not doing anything, and those from EPWP also. But we need programs from the NDA that will actually address the poverty situation that we are facing in the Republic of South Africa. So we look at the achievements as if we are doing well, while the ground at the ground people are in poverty. And the social development is an oversight, perform an oversight on NDA. And NDA does not have, I don't know if the department takes money and gives to NDA, and we all understand that the money is for administration, not for programs. What at the end of the day, the program, the department will chair about. Also, I would like to I didn't hear properly in terms of the invoices that are being charged by CETA and charging SASA and DSD also at the same time. And there were invoices that were held. If you could just also elaborate on that. I think our CFO spoke about it. With the BIS, I think we are very slow, and people again, we are talking about people that go to sleep without having food, and we are busy with the policy. The policy, when will it be ready? And the department, I think we are not really up to it in terms of making sure that this policy moves on to the cabinet as quick as possible for it to be approved and for the people to start earning from it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Kwabaza, for that. I will now go over to the Honorable Bishop Mzweni. Over to you, ma'am.
Mphathisihlo ngiyabingelela kumalungu ahloniphekileyo endlu nakuwe mphathisihlo wami. Ngiyaxolisa mphathisihlo, siyabonga ukusamukela unyakeni omusha, siyabonga ukuba kulo mhlangano. Siyawubonga umbiko esiwethulelwayo iDepartment mphathisihlo.
Honorable Chair. Angimuzwa honorable member uthini angathi ivoice yakhe phansi kakhulu uBishop.
Ngiyaxolisa ngizozama ukuyiphakamisa baba, angikho right usuyangi-expose. Ngiyazama manje baba Umyayi. Mphathisihlo, bengisathi siyawubonga umbiko esiwutholayo. Ukukhathazeka kwami mphathisihlo kulana ukuthi imbiko esiyamukela iba mihle, kodwa asizwa sihlalo igalelo elenziwa ilezi zinto ezibalwayo ukuthi ziyenziwa, elenziwa ilama programs neimali zomnyango. Asilizwa igalelo, sengathi manje singabikelwa bese sitshelwa ukuthi igalelo okuyi-impact sisuke la sibafice bela lo umphakathi kulesi sigaba somphakathi sabasusa lana thina sabafikisa lana. Uma kuyimbiko ebhaliwe kahle, aseneliseki sihlalo ngoba uma siya kubantu phansi emhlabeni empilweni kuma realities empilo asifumani lezi zinto ezishiwoyo ukuthi ziyenzelwa abantu. Sisahamba phakathi kwemphakathi eseyingxakini ezinkulu kakhulu. Ngifisa ukuthi uma sethulelwa umbiko bese sizwa ukuthi nali igalelo esilenzile. Igalelo sihlalo ukuthi ungifice ngingembethe ngingenayo ingubo yokulala, ukufika kwakho njengosihlalo wekomiti ufike wenza umehluko ungishiye nginayo ingubo yokulala. Ileyo nto esithi hayi umnyango wenzile, siyalibona igalelo lawo. Ngifisa nje ukuzwa leyo nto sihlalo ukuthi kuyo yonke into ebalwayo uma singasho ke ayini amagalelo omnyango asewenzile, siyayizwa yini imiphakathi yethu isho laphaya ezansi ithi yebo amen kunjalo. Angithokoze sihlalo.
Siyabonga Bishop kakhulu ngebhadi lakho nje ungithole ngisanda kufika ngiphume ekhaya, so I'll be able to summarize what the Honorable Bishop said, where she thanks the department for the presentations. Her only concern is the impact on the ground. She listens to very beautifully presented work of the department, and then she goes home to communities and she doesn't see the difference. And so I believe her recommendation is that can the department's presentations include the impact that people were found in this position, and post the intervention or the services of the department, the impact is such and such. And she gives an analogy of saying that when you find me sleeping without a blanket, and then you must be able to say, as DSD, we came and the people are now having blankets and they are not cold in winter. That is what I believe the Honorable Bishop said in her presentation, in her comment and question. We now go over to the Honorable Mare. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I would like to greet the portfolio committee members, the DG and his staff, the minister, deputy minister, our staff. Compliments of the new year. It is our first meeting for the year, and I hope we're going to have a beautiful, prosperous year for this year. Chairperson, I want to start with the basic income support policy. Like the lady was saying, that we're going to see in March 2027 of how far they're going to go with this thing. At the very moment, Chairperson, millions of people are being left aside because of the SRG grant. I just need to know is why must we wait for 2027? Because this is not a new thing. We've been discussing this thing, and I want to agree with the new dear lady that how can you go to Treasury without saying how much you're going to need to have your plan put in order? Chairperson, you know, it is very disheartening when you listen to these presentations and then you read through the presentations and you ask yourself, millions of people are going hungry on a daily basis. And then the department is not spending the money that it's supposed to, meant to support. Chairperson, it is very disheartening to see that the department is putting everything on black and white. But when it comes to service delivery, they are not delivering, Chairperson. I must be honest, they are failing dismally on a daily basis. And every year we come, every quarter we come and we discuss the budget for social development. That is the biggest department of all the portfolios, because we are looking at the vulnerable and the poor, the poorest of the poor. And we are not doing justice to our people. Our people are dying of hunger, and we are not even worried. We are staying comfortable in our offices because we are getting paid for the work that we are doing. So what's happening outside is not there. And when you go to all these campaigns, because I can see on the portfolio thing that the ministers is going to all these campaigns and the DG, the whole entourage, they're traveling from province to province. But what do they deliver to those provinces? That is a huge concern, Chairperson. And I just want to say, if you look at the National Food and Nutrition Security, 6,066 people, families were fed, Chairperson. What about the millions that is going to bed on a daily basis hungry? What is happening to a mother that is even killing her children because there's no food to eat? And we come and we give the figure of 6,066. Are we not ashamed that when it comes to nutrition and food security, we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing, Chairperson? My question to the department is, why are they only assisting? Why did they only assist 6,066 people? Because there's millions that needs to be fed. And then I want to speak about the NPOs, Chairperson. Yes, I want to ask the department. You say you have met your target. You say that I want to know from you. Is there any follow-ups on those NPOs? Do you go and visit those NPOs to see, do they really have staff there? Do they really have people there? And how many NPOs that used to do a critical work for this country, for different provinces, different regions, are not getting funding? And that is why we're having all these hungry people walking around. Because the department have cut the budget for the NPOs, and every year more and more NPOs are losing their fundings. But the ones that are getting the fundings, is the department going around to go and check up to see what is happening in that one? Chairperson, then I want to come to the anti-substance abuse. Chairperson, they say they went to the Western Cape, and the Western Cape was not available for the training. I want to know, why was the Western Cape not available for the training? Because Western Cape is sitting with a crisis of drug abuse, substance abuse. And what is the reason for them not being available for that training, Chairperson? I have a huge concern with that, because if you look at the drug abuse in Western Cape, I think it's the highest of all the provinces. The department must tell me what was the reason for that. And then the department said about the different provinces they went to for this substance abuse. They mention again Botshabelo on that slide. Botshabelo, they must tell me, is Botshabelo open? Is it operating? How many people have they serviced so far? How many people has gone through the program? And how many of those people are still clean? Is there follow-ups on that? Because I need to understand that, because Botshabelo was part of that slide. Chairperson, I want to go to teenage pregnancies. I want to know, do the department have stats of how many young girls got pregnant, and how many of that young girls are underage girls? And how many of the perpetrators are in jail because of abusing these young girls? And I want to know also, how many of these girls went back to school? I need them to tell me what is happening there. And then in Eastern Cape, we have the highest rate of young girls of 10 years till 12, 13, 14 that were pregnant. What is the department doing with the Department of DSD in the Eastern Cape? Did they meet the MEC? Did they meet the MMCs to go and see what is the problem in the Eastern Cape? Because that is where the huge amount of children, young girls, 10 years till 12, is having babies. During Christmas, you could see newborn babies. And the highest amount were girl child that is 10 years and young, and 15 and younger from 10 years older. Chairperson, to be honest with you, the department have obtained a qualified audit from AGSA for the year 2024-25. I need to understand, why do they transfer subsidies? Why don't they meet their threshold? Why is the subsidies of households in accordance with the things, or the cash modification of cash standards? Why is it that they are failing? What is the reason for them failing? And what is the reason that they cannot do the work that they're supposed to do? Because they can every time with the same slides, it is just a little bit modified, but it's basically copying and pasting. Because every year we are struggling with compensation for employers. Every quarter, the compensation for employers is there, and it's over millions. Why isn't it they can't sort the problem of the problems of this? The problems of the employees out. Why must they be compensated for being at home and then they spend millions on that? How come the system is not working in the department? And then for goods and services also, yes, they also spend millions there. What is the reason for them spending the millions on goods and services? The travelings and venues, because I'm on the page. I can see every day they were traveling from one end to the other, because even the month of January, they were Northwest for the whole week, 2 weeks almost, where they were having all these different kinds of events that was happening there. Was it the ANC event? Was it the DSD event? Because it was the ANC's birthday, 108 or 104, I'm not really sure. Why was Department of Social Development the time there when it was the ANC's birthday? For the whole week. With the CEO, with the DSG, all of them, because I'm watching them. I see them on the page. So I just want to find the money that was spent in the Northwest. Was it money for DSD or was it money for the ANC? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for that. I now am seeing, as I was thinking there was no other hand, I'm seeing the Honorable Ramaila. Take over, Mr. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, after Ramaila, can I chip in? My WhatsApp has got problems.
No problem at all. Honorable Mahato, I will let you have your say.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please, Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. And greetings to my colleagues, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister and the Deputy, the DG and his support staff, as well as the Portfolio Committee support staff, and compliments of the new season. Chair, maybe I may want to really preface my input based on the presentations that we have received, and welcoming the presentations, Chair, is that just to further re-agitate what we said previously in these portfolio committee meetings, that when we receive a quarterly report, would want to really juxtapose the quarterly report with the audit action plan. For me, it is very important. And I'm saying so because when we receive these quarterly reports, the part that is not reported in these quarterly reports is in as far as UIF is concerned. The regular expenditure, fruitless expansion, all those sorts of things, they are not reported in these quarterly reports. Then what is the expectation? The expectation is that at the end, when the department is now busy with the audit process, is then that the department would come to us and want to begin to report to us about the UIFs. And by then it is too late. We don't have a measuring stick during the year through quarterly reports to measure progress in as far as the AG's audit findings are concerned. Hence, I'm saying this must be juxtaposed against the audit action plan. Because I tell you now, Chair, we might be speaking like this, focusing only on the percentage expenditure, not drilling down into technicality of the financial quarterly reports, including the non-financial, because we have adopted the APPs. Non-financial, it means we need to measure the quarterly reports against the APPs that we have adopted. Now, this, for me, I feel as a portfolio committee, we are being disadvantaged deliberately so that we are not able to pick up on those irregular expenditure, including material irregularities that might have occurred in between. And I'm saying, I want to re-emphasize it here, Chair, that we need to get such a report in time so that we may be able to deal with such matters. And I'm saying so, Chair, based on the PFMA reporting compliance and reporting framework. And we know that also in terms of the National Treasury regulations and ACM rules that are holding accounting officers responsible for prevention and for taking disciplinary actions where necessary. In other words, applying consequence management. Now, why should we have to wait for the end of the financial year for the accounting officer to be able to report to us, or for the accounting officer to take responsibility of reporting to the portfolio committee about any irregularities that might have occurred and what consequence management should have been applied? Why should we wait until it's too late for such to happen and we expect we can achieve an unqualified audit report? Because what we normally get at the end of the financial year when we are preparing to get the audit report from AG, we will be told of areas where they did not agree with the AG. Whilst it is stated very clearly in terms of the PMFA, the National Treasury Framework Regulation, as to what steps and within which period what must happen in terms of the accounting officer taking responsibility, taking steps to ensure that things are done in a proper way. If are not done in a proper way, consequences are being applied. In my view, what we're supposed to be looking at now as part of the financial technical report, because that's what we really need to drill in now. And there's three critical things that the accounting officer knows must be able to deal with. We must have an opportunity to look at the compliance. That's very critical. And secondly, we must be able to look at measures taken in as far as prevention by the accounting officer is concerned. And lastly, we need to have a report that indicates if ever there had been occurrence of irregular expenditure. This must be reported, must accompany the quarterly report, and that must show to us steps that the accounting officer has taken in order to regularize, or steps taken if some of the matters are such of a nature that they must be reported to the police. But for now, we don't get these reports. We again, as I've said, waiting to be given these reports when it is too late to can do any intervention. And we are going to be seen not being supportive to our minister, not being supportive to our officials. When our officials are failing us in terms of our oversight responsibility that we must play over them. And I take serious, I take this matter very, very, very serious, Chair. Now, Chair, one recommendation I want to make was I would come to, maybe for the recommendation. One of the areas in as far as transfers are concerned, it indicates that there's been delays in terms of transfers. And of my particular concern is transfer to SANAC. And again, it comes to the accounting systems that we are using. Those are scheduled periodical payments, and that must happen efficiently on time. Why should there be delays? And especially to SANAC when we know the critical role that SANAC is playing in the society. We can't afford this kind of lapses, and I would want to know what consequence management has been applied in this regard. Chair, I want to make a recommendation that because my expectation that is basically we are looking at the strategic issues in terms of this second quarter report and many other reports that get presented to us. But most often than not, we really get to be raising, and that is understandable, operational matters. As a recommendation, I want to make this recommendation, Chair, that, for instance, we are now coming from a constituency period. As we come from constituency period, Chair, let there be an opportunity for members to submit to the Chair a report of the constituency period, raising all service delivery issues that we came across as we were doing our oversight work in our constituency offices. And therefore, the Chair following up on this matter so that the Minister should be able to respond to these specific things. But for now, what we do, they'll just fall within the cracks, and you can't blame the Minister when the Minister doesn't come back to us on these matters. They are operational matters. Going forward, we must be able to distinguish between strategic matters and operational matters. Even if operational matters press might come in, is understandable, but let's be given that opportunity, Chair, to can be able to compile reports after our constituency period so that those specific operational matters the Minister can have an opportunity to attend to. Lastly, Chair, let me appreciate the updates that we have received in as far as BIS is concerned. That's a work in progress. We are appreciating that. And I do want to also emphasize that the March deadline of 2027 as a target for submission of the reviewed policy, draft policy, must be met without any compromise. I further to appreciate the fact that it said that the draft allocation letter also is accommodating the extension of the SRD grant for the financial year 26-27. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for those comments, and especially where you are making very progressive recommendations. We will have, as the portfolio committee, have to discuss that, but it is on record now, and it will have to be obviously processed accordingly. Unless you have another issue to raise, Honorable Ramaila. Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I don't see any other hands, and we have deliberated on the issues. How? Now, sorry, I have the Honorable Mahato, but I also see the Honorable T.B. Munyai, ANC. You will have to just wait, Honorable Munyai, before Honorable Mahato speaks. You will wait to speak after Honorable Mahato. Honorable Mahato?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I want to thank for the report. As Monyai and Ramaila covered me on most of the circumstances, the most we can speak one language. But I want to go to the DSD, second quarter performance report. So I just want to speak about the achievement of targets in quarter one, where we find that 3, 4, 5 not achieved. Then I just want to check with the management, what is the strategy to achieve those targets in future? And again, in the second quarter, only program 2 achieved 100%, although they are at 86. What is the plan for 1, 3, 4, 5 for better achievement? And then when going forward, under social security policy and administration, they said they need to improve awareness campaign. So I just want to check with them, what are the plans to improve the awareness campaign? Because it is under social security policy and administration. And then another thing is the visual consultation under community mobilization empowerment. How are they going to have visual consultation with the stakeholders so that we can see? They said in 25, 26 September, they have the visual consultation. Maybe they can highlight this one so that we can know how do they work under the visual consultation. Then lastly, but we are here to support the recommendations. I think I'm fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makato, for your questions and your comments. And we are now going to go back again to the Honorable Tibo Munyai. Mr. Tibo Munyai. Honorable Munyai.
No, I wanted to establish from the CFO about the allocation from the Department of Justice to the department. What does it do and how much was it? Thank you. Otherwise, I'm persuaded by Honorable Ramail.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable DG and your teams, those are the questions and comments. It is now over to you to respond to each of those questions and comments by the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members for the questions. I think some of the questions are very important. Let me say all of the questions are important. And as we find it, as always, we find that we get guided and we also receive some direction in terms of how we need to implement our annual performance plans that has 37 targets approved by also the same portfolio committee. We were reporting on those targets out of 37, how many we have achieved each quarter. That's very embracing. And what I will do is I will request the DDGs responsible for the questions, especially in the areas where you have you have asked them to respond. Some of the things I think which you have asked, I will come back and do the final before I give it to the DM and the minister. Let me start with the. I think there were some questions with regard to the gender-based violence issue, the transfer to SANAC, and also there were some few questions in terms of the with regard to teenage pregnancy, what we need to answer. I will ask DDG Mahang to respond to those one nicely, and then we will then go to areas of community development. Dr. Mulauzi will respond to those questions, and then we will go to the Maureen Dr. Maureen Mohotsi will respond to questions on program 3 and also on the BIS. Few things were requested. And then we will then go to, I don't know, there's anything for corporate? No, there was nothing. No, there was nothing for corporate. I thought you would hear the voice. And I think also Jacques, I think the issue of the reporting format, where it comes from, because as government, there's so many guidelines and guidance that comes from DPME and how we need to report in National Treasury, that we need to report our performance based on those guidelines. Jacques will come in. Then I will then come in and cement on some of the issues that might have been left. Thank you very much. Let's start with program 4, which is welfare services, the engine of the department. Over to you, Members Mahangwa, DDG Mahangwa.
Thank you, DG. Still morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister and Honorable DM, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. I will start with the first question. It was around GBV. What are we doing? Immediately after the President has classified GBV, we were called, as all the departments are affected, to say what is it that we are going to do to turn around. Yes, of course, there's an NSP. However, we need to move with speed. So a quick plan of action identifying critical areas that affects all the department was developed, and that plan was presented in cabinet on the 5th. It was approved. 5th of December, it was approved. After the plan, the leading department, which is the Department of Youth and Persons with Disability, they then, establish integrated work streams. So we've got work streams right now that we are working on to ensure that the new plan that has just been approved in cabinet, it is implemented. So we are meeting on a weekly basis. All the teams, we gather at a joint center where we are giving progress and also liaising with provinces, because the biggest challenge is at a provincial level, or rather say the local space. That's where the implementation has to happen. At a national level, we are drawing reports from them, supporting them and ensuring that all the commitments that we have made in terms of the plan that was approved on the 5th is realized. So currently we are working in those integrated work streams, and we are hoping that things will be turned around and there'll be more agility in terms of addressing issues of GBV. Then the second question was around the impact, impact in terms of substance abuse, GBV, food insecurity, as well as child protection. As a branch, we are working with the MNE unit to assist us in terms of ensuring that the impact studies are done. So they have developed a MNE plan. They have prioritized these issues for 2026-2027, GBV, substance abuse, food insecurity, as well as child protection measures are going to be, there's going to be an impact study that is going to be done so that we are able to see where we are heading, whether we are making progress or not. Then the third question was around a Botshabelo Treatment Center in Free State. Yes, indeed, for the longest time, they have been struggling. They were not able to operate again because of the ESCOM issues. They had transformer issues for a very long time. They've been, battling with that. But I can assure the members that that treatment center now, it has reopened on the 2nd of January. It's up and running. They've managed to resolve the transformer issues. The next one is the issue of teenage pregnancy. Yes, it is a national crisis. As a result, the Department of Youth and Persons with Disability, they are the ones that are leading. They have coordinated all of us. We've been called to a meeting to come up with a plan to make sure that we coordinate our intervention. So we are part and parcel of that bigger plan. But as a department, our contribution to try and curb the scourge of teenage pregnancy, we are now upscaling the programs that we are having that were designed to deal with it. For instance, we've got a program called YOLO, You Only Live Once. It's targeting is targeting teens up until the age of 24. We also have CHOMI. It's another program that we are currently upscaling to make sure that we really curb the teenage pregnancy. We are also told that we need to focus on parents, because it's not only the issues of children, but it's also parents themselves, whether they are capacitated to curb the scourge and also support their children. So we are upscaling Sinovuyo. We've got a program called Sinovuyo. We are working together with UNICEF to ensure that that program is rolled out in all our provinces and districts that are high risk. So we are also planning to upscale that program in the new financial year to make sure that the challenge it's kept. So that is as far as the teenage pregnancies are concerned. The last one on SANEC. The report was showing the first quarter. The challenges were around first quarter, not now. The first quarter, as the SANEC itself, they are the ones that delayed to submit the required documents, because when we release the tranches, there's a compliance list of things that an organization need to submit in order for us to be able to facilitate the transfers. So the delay was from their side. There were a few documents that were not submitted on time by them. We engaged them and they managed to submit. And after they've submitted, all their transfers were released. So as I speak now, we are on par. We have released all the transfers that they needed to receive. I think that's it from me. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you very much. Community development.
No, thank you, DG, Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee. I think we received more than 4 or 5 questions. The first one was looking in terms of the trends for food security and whether we, as a department, we do have a system to capture these trends. In responding to this question, I want to indicate that we have got an M&E tool as a department that provides an indication of how we provide services in relation to also food and nutrition security, which then give us areas that are highly affected in terms of food and malnutrition, and we're able to intervene based on that system, which also give us some trends in terms of areas that we have intervened. What are the emerging issues that were there when we entered, and also at the time that we intervened, how have we been able to resolve those issues of food and lack of food in terms of food insecurity and so forth. So we are able to respond in terms of ensuring that we can account for districts in particular that are affected, and also a number of vulnerable people that have been assisted in terms of access to food. And then also, we believe that as a department, when we roll out the food and nutrition program to other areas, we'll be able to also document the trends. For instance, when we enter new areas, we are able to look in terms of the area, the impact or the effect of the problem in terms of a lack of access to food, and also how we have intervened and also be able to respond. As the presentation has illustrated in terms of the slide that talked to how we provide food at a district level, and also how have we been able to improve the life of the poor and vulnerable in terms of food access in those areas. Then the second question also was focusing in terms of people sleeping without food, and also how, as a department, we're addressing such challenge of poverty and so forth. In terms of responding to that question, the department is working hard to improve the life of the poor and vulnerable, whilst also understanding that we are working on terms of developing the policy on linking the poor and vulnerable the department is also at the same time implementing programs that are meant to ensure that we address issues of poverty and hunger affecting the poor and vulnerable. And part of those programs are the programs that are targeting the most affected areas or districts in the country, like those that are affected by malnutrition and so forth, where we have got targeted programs that respond to those challenges. But in terms of the policy is meant to ensure that as a department, we're able to have a standardized approach to address challenges of hunger within the country. And the policy is going to be approved by Cabinet by 2027 and 2028 financial year. But that does not really make sure that as a department we're not able to provide, because at the same time we're also providing programs to ensure that we address the poverty challenges as well as the hunger problems that communities are facing. And then also in terms of the question of the issues of hunger, I must also indicate that with the introduction of the DDM that we're driving as a department, we acknowledge that indeed we are not able to provide resources all over the country currently. But with the DDM, our approach is that we will be able to be targeted in terms of districts, wherein we're able to ensure that in every district, DSD services, a portfolio of services are rendered at a district level. And that's when we'll be able to assess the vulnerabilities of communities in those districts, also when it comes to poverty and hunger, and be able to intervene. And I think it will assist us, the DDM approach, assist us also to document the trends and be able to say over a period of time, this is how we've been able to intervene in terms of addressing those trends that we have found in the communities. And then there's also been a question in terms of how do we monitor NPOs and why NPOs are not getting funded. As a department, we are funding NPOs every financial year. However, there are challenges in terms of delays in payments to NPOs, which is a result of non-compliance of NPOs. Sometimes you find that NPOs are not complying, and also non-submission of claims by NPOs. And sometimes also there are challenges in relation to closed bank accounts of the NPOs. However, as a department and working through provinces, provincial departments, we provide support to these NPOs and ensure that they are able to be assisted to address these challenges that I've just mentioned. Then there was also a question on the issue of virtual consultation on DDM. Maybe I should indicate that virtual consultation is more in a form of Microsoft Teams platform wherein members come in and join, but it's only intended for DSD portfolio officials, which is not targeted for more than 100 people at once, but at least 20, 30 to 50 people who are officials of DSD, so that all of us together we're able to put together the framework that when we roll it to districts, we all believe that it will be able to work. And we do this virtual platform to be able to ensure that all district officials in the country who work for DSD portfolio, SASA, ND, and in the department are able to participate and also make inputs into the framework, so that by the time we go and roll out the framework, we know that all of us are buying into that framework. We are not going to have another virtual consultation because now we are in the process of moving towards approval of the framework by the management, which will happen in this quarter. So I think in terms of having further consultations, we are not going to have that, but we would have wanted to, if we had one, to extend the invitation. I think those were the questions that were directed to community development, DG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now ask Maureen, are you online, Maureen? There are a few questions.
Thank you, DG. I am online.
To the questions.
Thank you. Honorable members, ministers, DM, and members, senior members in the platform. The questions that were asked, I'll start with the questions on basic income support. The first question that was asked was, what is the My Mzansi platform? The Mzansi platform is a new unified digital government services platform that is currently in development. It is designed as a digital front for all citizens to access social protection services, as well as delivery of e-government. So why is it featuring in basic income support? The new version of basic income support emphasizes on the linkages of social grants to other services as well as employment. And the only way to do that is to bring all these programs through the Mzansi platform to enable the beneficiaries to apply through the platform and ensure that they can be linked to other economic opportunities. As I indicated, the platform is in the process of being developed. It will be piloted, and then once it's ready, the intention is to utilize it to enable linkages. The second question was the issue of the costing. Was the costing done? Why National Treasury had issues with our costing? Indeed, honorable members, you cannot develop a policy with having not costed. We did cost basic income support policy. However, the costing reflected the policy and the provision, but not necessarily the linkages to economic opportunities. When we went to Cabinet in 2024, we did have the costing included. However, we were instructed to remove that part so that we can engage with National Treasury. So coming back, we have revised the costing. However, we keep on updating the policy, and you have to use modeling to do that. So that is why we are at the process where we are recosting. But in this instance, it's not only recosting the grant itself, but also the linkages to economic opportunities, which is a very complex process because now you are linking the grant and other government processes and programs. However, we are making a headway, and as I indicated, that revised costing will be done sometime in February. The other question was, why did we take long and why the end of the financial year 2026-2027? Remember when we went to Cabinet was to request to publish the basic income policy for public comments. And after that, there is a lot of policy making process that you need to go through. The first one would be to ensure that it is published for public comments, consolidate those comments, take it through different forms, approval forms of government, including the SIA certificate, as well as going through also to the OSLA, Office of the State Law Advisor. It is then that from there, we need to revise based on the comments that we would have received, and again, go back to Cabinet after also consulting with National Treasury. So that process takes longer because it goes through various phases of approval processes. So that is why we are anticipating that you would need a few months to ensure that all those processes are taken. Usually it takes us even 2 years. However, we are going to work hard to ensure that it can be done by end of the financial year 2026-2027. The question on, now I move to the question on awareness campaigns. The question on awareness campaigns, we have made a decision as a department to intensify our social assistance program. So we are going back to SASSA officials in 9 provinces, but we do not to revisit, to retrain them, to capacitate them, so that we implement our social assistance program in a more standardized manner. We also go throughout provinces through ICROP and other means to capacitate beneficiaries about the program, but also communities. So this we have started intensifying in 2024-2025, and we'll be continuing that in the next financial year. Thank you.
Can I request, thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson and members, can I request the Jacques and then followed by the CFO? Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I think just in response to the questions and the expectations that were expressed in terms of better understanding the outcomes and the impacts of the department's work. Obviously performance assessment in the public service is something that is institutionalized in the entire system that runs from DPME through departments, etc. And there's legislation that governs it, as well as clear guidelines that indicate that within performance one needs to look at efficiency, customer satisfaction, and effectiveness. Now, so what DSD manages, and one has to keep in mind that the service delivery gets mostly done by provinces, but there's also the agencies, and then there's a myriad of non-governmental organizations that are contracted either by the provinces or by national to deliver certain services on our behalf. Which means in order to monitor performance, we need to collect information systematically out of this entire sort of grouping of departments and organizations that make up the DSD sector. The monitoring and evaluation, electronic monitoring and evaluation system that we've demonstrated in the presentation, in essence, has captured the common indicators that are important to measure and monitor progress. But obviously information still has to be fed into the system. So when services get delivered at the service delivery point, information would be captured into the system. It would be verified as it moves through, because one obviously has to avoid situations where, for example, a provincial official and NGO that delivers services in a province report the same information, and then one gets a double count. So one needs those verification steps. The the system has been built. It's there electronically, and it's yielding the information that we've included in the presentation. The thing is, the officials as well as the NPO employees who are responsible for capturing data into the system, as well as to allow the data, or quality assure the data to go through the different levels, all need to be trained and capacitated in using the system. It's not something that you can just put on someone's desk and then assume it will work smoothly. So capacity building and full rollout in the system has been achieved in Free State and Northwest. Partially in the Northern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, and we are moving forward, with 17 districts, or in 17 districts, all officials and all government-funded NGOs in the social development sector have been trained that use the system, but we obviously still have to reach the rest within the resources that are available financially and administratively. Now, that brings one to being able to report on output. Now, the question then obviously is, now that information needs to be linked to outcomes and impacts. And outcomes and impacts are not measured by measuring what you do. It's measured by taking socioeconomic surveys or measurements within communities. So the main anchor that exists within the government's capacity to evaluate the impact of what we do, in essence, lies within at country-wide level and at provincial level within the different surveys that Stats SA undertakes. But to take it down to district level and local level, there's only the census every 10 years and the community survey, which happens in between the censuses. So there are basically, for below provincial level, only socioeconomic surveys that cover the whole country that are able to tell us something about the impact that programs are making on the ground every 5 years. That is a challenge. What departments like DSD obviously do is we identify what are the priority themes, as well as what are the priority areas where we go and undertake our own studies in order to be able to much quicker evaluate what is the impact that is being made within such thematic areas, as well as within prioritized communities. But the main point really is that there is a time lag when one wants to speak about impact. We have in the department a 5-year evaluation plan, which particularly focuses on the priority areas: gender-based violence, hunger, children, and we attempt to do more detailed studies to evaluate the outcomes the work that we've been doing collectively as national and provincial departments and SASA. These are obviously time-to-time surveys. They are not ongoing data collections on the ground because that would be too expensive. The evaluation team, which is part of the monitoring and evaluation team in the department, then keeps an eye on these, and obviously information becomes available from time to time. I think what's necessary, and therefore we appreciate the requests from the honourable members in this regard, is that we should probably in our reporting and maybe particularly sort of on an annual basis, try to build in such information into our reports that we present as and when it becomes available, so that we give a better feel of what does it mean if we are saying we've capacitated 3 provinces in this or that. What is the difference that can be observed that's being made on the ground? The challenge, of course, is that the compliance requirement of presenting a quarterly report every quarter, usually, we get invited 2 or 3 months after the quarter to come and present the quarterly report, is that that's a specific type of information that can be placed in a specific kind of a box. Whilst the evaluation and impact information is something that has longer periods in which it becomes available, and obviously, would then serve to inform policy and impact, and would be useful for oversight purposes, but maybe not as precise and time bound as a quarterly performance report is. Chairperson, honourable chairperson, and honourable members, what we will endeavour to do is obviously to continue improving the format that we use in the quarterly reporting, but also I think in a way the questions were saying thank you very much for giving us deeper information, but we need more and even deeper, and we'll take that encouragement to continuously attempt to improve the information and share what we have been able to collect and continuously are able to collect in terms of expressing on the impact that the services make on the ground. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Now, Honorable Chair and members, ministers and the DM, can I ask the CFO to iron out? Then I will come. Then we conclude with the minister and the DM. Thank you very much. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions. I will try my best. Maybe I just need to apologize for the qualification. It was definitely not my my plan that as I joined the department, that the department would then get a qualification. But I must indicate that the qualification was something that was in the pipeline. We will recall that AG had raised a couple of findings prior to my appointment in the department. The issues of payment after death was always there. The issues of invalid IDs was always there. But I guess it then reached a tipping point where then AG decided to award the department with the qualification. Yes, the audit action plan has been prepared, and the department with SASA are very hard at work just to make sure that there is progress on the areas that were reported by AG. We are meeting on a monthly basis to look at the progress. I really hope that we will get a better audit outcome. In as far as the spending of the budget is concerned, there is a norm that is used in government. One, as a department in Q1, you're supposed to be at least have spent 25% of your budget. And in Q2, at least 50%. Yes, we were slightly under the norm, which is the linear projection of 50% for Q2. But when I look at that, the difference, we spent 48.68%. The difference was 1.3%. I am not saying it is acceptable, but we are not supposed to be spending 70-something% in Q2, because then it is not in line with the norm, which is the linear projection of 50% in Q2, because you still have other 6 months to go through. So if you've already spent 80% of your budget in Q2, then it means there is a problem, because Q3, what are you going to spend? And Q4, what are you going to spend it on? So we are managing the budget closely to ensure that we are going to spend our budget fully. To this date, on the 27th of January, we've issued a circular indicating our year-end plan in terms of the submissions and the payments that must be done, including the clearing of commitments. So we are managing this budget very closely. As I indicated, the only thing that I'm foreseeing, it may just be on the compensation of employees due to the non-filling of the positions that we may have a savings on. But on other things, I think we will be okay as a department. In as far as goods and services is concerned for Program 5, overall, I must point out that goods and services as a department, we only have 366 million. So for Program 5 to have 146 million and having spent 64 million, that expenditure is 44%. So they were 6% just below the norm. And we are managing them closely just to make sure that they are able to then spend the money. I really pray and hope that I won't be contributing to the minister's failure, but I will ensure that whatever that is my responsibility is done accordingly. The allocation for Department of Justice to us on the IJS project for this year is 51 million. I think that was a question on that. And then was there another question? Oh, then there was a question on the SITA invoices. Yes, those invoices had discrepancies, of which we have engaged SITA, and we've since we are working on those, and we should be able to pay them after SITA has given us the credit notes. But as I said, it is not a big deal because we managed to pick it up and then address it with SITA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. I just some few honorable chairperson and honorable members, some few issues that I need to clarify. I think what we need to appreciate, especially coming from the main issue, which is the qualified audit. The following area were the issues that we were qualified on. The first one was the issue we were qualified because of one, they were duplicate Quad 7 In other words, beneficiaries that were paid grants without an ID, that's number one. There were beneficiaries that were paid while outside the country, the borders of the South Africa, because there was an issue of ourselves and the SALSA. And there was also beneficiary that were paid after death. I think that was a serious argument between ourselves and them for the past 3 years or more. We says they are calculating using 45 days. We are saying, no, we are not giving people IDs. But the AG says, no, you are not giving IDs. Yes, we will then qualify you because we need to be about 45 days difference. But if somebody dies somewhere far in a Bunduland far and nobody goes to report, we won't know. So that was another issue. The other issue were beneficiaries that were paid without any valid IDs using the regulations that we have. The other one was the issue of the datas. There was I think as we do our work well, we find people that are defrauding the government, SASSA. We then have to raise a debt. But then the issue that is there is that we must go and look for those debt. And I think there's a strategy within the SASSA to do that. And also the last one was the issue of incomplete beneficiary database. We felt also as a department, and I'm saying it for the first time, ourselves and SASSA, we felt that I think AGSA was a little bit very harsh. Because if you look at the progress that SASSA has made up to now, it's a lot of actions that they've done. Rolling out biometrics, using the systems for the registration of database, ensuring that the database of those one are done. So there's a lot of that have been done, but the legal thing that they pick up, they said, is coming for the third time. Then we were qualified on those. Now, the second issue, which is very important, which I need to indicate, is that if you look at the budget of the department, and I think you can show, of the total 294 billion that we have, the Department of Social Development, the head office that is reporting now, only has 964 million, not a billion, which is 964,854 million. And the allocation is that out of those amount of money, the 438 is on comprehensive social security, 113 is on administration, the 266 is for welfare, and 360 something is on community development. So when we do an APP, we looked at the resources that we have, the capacity that the department has to be able to implement the APP. You can go and do 100 actions, there's not going to be anyone who's going to implement them. So we do APP based on that, and this APP also goes to DPME, it goes to National Treasury for their comments, so that they can look at whatever you are putting in, you will be able to deal with that. So it's something that actually that we are, but that's why when we said out of the target that we have planned, we have achieved 86%. It's something that our minister need to be given, to be said we have done well. I think honorable members, you must be able to do that, despite the challenges that we have. Secondly, the issue of the NPO funding. I think the understanding should be as follows. The department is the custodian to register all NPOs, 292,000 NPOs registered. But not all NPOs render social services. Others does health, others does education. Ours, which we have got just above 6 billion in all 9 provinces that need funded. But you must also realize that the economy is not performing. The growth of the economy is very less. We just have 0.3% growth on the economy. Therefore, the funds are not growing anymore. We have got so many priorities that we have. Provinces receive the same baseline that they have. So there's not going to be more funding that we are going to have. We have to fund those. And it's something that as a country, Minister will attest to you, we are coming from El Khoka where we're told how we need to deal with those. Second issue, which I need to look at, national responsibility is to develop policy and monitor the implementation. That's why we're beginning to have an M&E system to look at, yes, are you implementing Butsabelo, or are you doing what you're supposed to do? And we'll be able to sit here and get reports from those places and also go and visit. Poverty elevation, if you look at the budget, 294 billion minus 941. The rest goes to poverty elevation. This department with its entity is the sole poverty elevator in the country. People get cash in their hands from SASSA to reduce and to deal with the issues. And there is estimated, including SRD, that 40% of the population are on grants. So with due respect, honorable members, we are doing a lot and that we are supposed to do on a daily basis to ensure that we put bread on the table for the people that qualify for the grant. Food is included in those grants. They get food, they get grants to buy food. It is only a certain percentage where DSD provide food for those that are not on grants, those are not working, which they are in between age 19 to 60, that we provide. And we have got a role to implement sustainable program for them. It's not easy because we don't have money, but with other government department. Department of Education does food in the schools for those children that are also on grants. Department of Agriculture empowers the community to plow and to be farmers and so that they become sustainable. Department of Health must provide food to those people that are malnourished using those that are sick. If you have got kwashiorkor, marasmus, and others, you need to get those things from the Department of Education. So as government, there's a lot that as a government we are doing, and our contribution, we are contributing very well. We have provided 55,000 food through our food center-based program. This include home-based care. This include our, not ECD, but drop-in center, the areas where children are being captured in, not captured, the kids are being located. We also provide food in the Community and Nutrition Development Center. They are not everywhere because there's not enough fund. Implementation, yes, I think, honorable members, you are right. There are challenges which we need to look at and ensure that we deal with that. So I thought we need to ensure that we have that. Provinces are being implemented. We have got forums that we ask them to do, but there are other provinces that are not really pulling their legs. You say this, they do the other things, but we work them as human beings so that we rope them in. There was a question on what were we doing in Northwest in January. You remember very well that in October we had Social Development Month. That went into November, into December, and in December we said, nope, let's not go into provinces. We will roll out the outreach programs in January. It started on the 6th until the 14th of January. It was not anything to do, it was a departmental program that we go. And in those areas, we were able to identify the challenges that you are asking as honorable members. We went to a crisis center, and I think the minister will add, for the first time we will see a lot of issues. We went to an area where we were told that there's no EPWP. So we identified this through ministerial outreach program for us to monitor services and also to deal with the issues that some of our communities need to see us. We need to talk to them. During ICROP, all government departments comes to render services. Home Affairs is there, Health is there, local government is there, and we render services on the day. There's a lot of issues that cannot be dealt with in terms of SASSA. They were rolling out a system where you apply grants now and you get it now within a day. Minister have to announce to say communities, we should know that This is what happened. You must go to the SASSA offices or apply online so that you can get grant. So that is the purpose of an outreach program, and it's prescribed in terms of what you're supposed to do so that the people can render services. It is in no way where we were going for an NPOs that have got a birthday. No, we were not part. That's why we were dealing our things Monday to Friday, and also Monday to Friday. That's where it's done. So I think that as a department, we have got a lot of work to do, and we appreciate what you are bringing. Honorable Myla talk about what about other administrative issue. I think it's important for us also to report. I agree with you. But I will think we also need to appreciate the work that we are doing, and that we are here to make sure that we render services to our citizens so that they can get the service they deserve. There will be challenges, but we will want honorable members also to indicate those challenges like you did, and we accept it, and we will correct where there is correction and there are mistakes. We don't need to do that. One of the examples is that when you are a mother, you don't kill a child because the child make a mistake. Otherwise, you will end up not having children, because in their life between 0 to the ages when they are still home, they will make a lot of mistake. They need to be guided, they need to be taught, and they need to be directed so that this country have people that are accountable. Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, DG. Once again, thank you so much to you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, our DM in the platform, the DG and his team, our stakeholders. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, there's no level of articulation that can convince you on why we underperform. It's your responsibility to pick those things up sharply and give us a hiding when there's that need for us to do better going forward. And for one reason and one reason only, that has been articulated by all members here, that our concern is in the ordinary person that sits somewhere in South Africa in a rural village that does not have connectivity, that is looking upon government to make sure that he or she benefits out of what the government is providing. This is our commitment as DSD as well as its entities. We indeed accept the fact that we did not perform as expected. However, we did furnish our reasons, which are not going to change. And this is why, Honorable Chairperson, we humbly accept your recommendations as well as your counseling on these matters, because they need to be done the way they needed to be done for the ordinary person to benefit, and for the limited resources that you are claiming to have should get to where the most vulnerable person is. I think we accept the counseling as well as the advices, as well as criticism, Chair. We do accept the criticism, and we are committing to say you will do better. Chair, as this DSD portfolio, we are proud to report to you that since the inception of 7th administration, we have crisscrossed this country, and already we have been able to visit 6 provinces. And during those times, Honorable Chair, we don't service less than 1,200 people on a day at a go. We are proud to inform you that, or remind you, at some point we're in the Western Cape, where we're doing some work, finding people who had difficulties to access their IDs, for them to be able to access our grants. And the iCrop concept was able to assist them to penetrate those difficulties that they usually have with Home Affairs, because on that day, in that venue, Home Affairs was physically there for them to be able to do and submit all the documents that is needed, to an extent of applying for their grant on the spot, and when they can be able to get those grants and be able to access it. Chair, we're in Eastern Cape, in the most notorious area, Amtata, we were with JCPS, where people were held hostage by criminals. When you talk extortion, gender-based violence, and just general crime, we were there, Honorable Chair, and we are proud to report that to date, the police have deployed the most capable team to deal with those, because in the center of that misery, the gender-based violence was finding its way, and it was not reported because people are afraid of everything. Chair, today you get to Amtata, you hear that they see police riding helicopters, hounding the criminals, and make sure that they are kept where they belong. Chair, we're in KZN in Mkanyakude, where 6 women were killed by the serial killer, and the serial killer, police claimed that they could not find him. And women of that village and that area, they were able to hound and find the criminal. And the criminal is now behind bars because we spoke closer each other. We got to understand their problems. We resolved their challenges together with other departments. We found schools, math schools, which were not performing in a manner that is acceptable because of the issues of connectivity. We spoke closer with those schools. To date, Chair, we can proudly report that those schools is one of the schools that has been identified to be most performed schools in the 2025. And we are in partnership with Cell C in assisting the issues of connectivity. Chair, we're in Mpumalanga, in Standerton, where you can see poverty by your eyes, where the foreigners have taken over the small town and our people are miserable, they don't know what to do. We worked with that community on that day, and as we speak now, the Department of Small Business is working closer with that community in unlocking what can be done by that community, making sure that they can restore their life within their town. Chair, we were in Northwest, as the DG has just alluded to that. Even there, Chair, we spoke with Amakosi, those traditionals, that leaders that are recognized. Closely with them, they took us by hand in recognizing and meeting the communities that are unable to access the services that the government provides. We are boasting to say the week that we were around Northwest, we serviced not less than 3,000 people. We know for a fact that in the process of doing something, we might commit mistakes. We're in Limpopo, because Limpopo was coming up to be one of the most notorious provinces insofar as gender-based violence is concerned. Chair, now the communities have established their own NPOs. They are fighting hard, working with the police and the department. The Ministry of Social Development is leading that in making sure that women and people in general, their life are being installed in a manner that seeks to say they have a right to benefit out of government services. It's not their choice for being poor, but their government must be able to come in closer and work with them. We want to assure this committee, Chair, that whilst we are politicians, all of us, yourselves and ourselves, will not use the state funds for political reasons. However, South Africans, if they've voted for us, should be able to participate with government processes, and they must benefit from what government can provide, regardless of their political affiliation. We are very, very firm into that, Chair, and we are proud with the progress that we are making. We are now going to get to Bloemfontein, Free State and Northern Cape, wherein we are going to get there for the first time. And we have got a better experience now than we were when we started this process. And Chair, the Northwest Province demonstrated to us how good it was to have been able to take a decision to say, let's introduce systems that can tell the story, whether we are giving the grant to the right person in the right time. Because the biometrics is working very well in Northwest. We saw it. It's working very well, and we saw it is being rolled out, and we hope by end of the financial year 2026-27, we'll have been able to cover the entire country. We want to assure you, Chair, once more, to say we are very committed in the implementation of our mandate, regardless of the fact that sometimes we found it difficult because of the limited resources. But what we have is what will make sure that we benefit out of the policies, Chair, that we're supposed to have developed. As we heard the report, all of them, majority I can say, have been submitted to Cabinet, which is a process that is not under our management or our control. However, as Dr. Maureen have reported, we are pushing where we can. We're talking closer with our stakeholders in making sure that by the time the Cabinet looks at the state of readiness, we would have been able to make sure that indeed we are ready and this policy must be implemented. We are all looking forward, Chair, for this to be implemented because this is our last hope as we all agree that unemployment is growing by day. SRD grant is not enough. Therefore, the solution is this that you are busy with, and we hope and we want to call that we must work together for the total implementation of very important policy that our people will all benefit. We want to take this opportunity to thank you, Chair, on very much and all the time you listen closer to us and you do frown at us when we think we are not performing. We accept all that and we still recommit to say we'll do our best, Chair. The next time we come, we'll be better than we are. We have no reason to explain the failures, Chair, but where we can take you into confidence why is the case. In those few words, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that. It's not a closing remark because I have the Honorable Deputy Minister. But before I go to the Honorable Deputy Minister, I was waiting very, eagerly to hear you mention Gauteng, Alexander Gauteng, in your list of places that you are going to be visiting, because that is where I am working, but I guess I will be in the next list. Honorable Deputy Minister, I recognize your hand, Honorable Ramaila. Or maybe I should ask you to speak first. Sorry, Honorable Minister. I'll ask the Honorable Ramaila to speak first, and then you will be there last. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies to the Minister. When I raised my hand, I thought I would speak before she could come in. But anyway, thank you very much. It's a follow-up on my question. I feel it's not fully answered. Because basically what I was looking for is to provided with the current status in as far as unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is concerned, and even inclusive of information if there's any so far material regular expenditure that has been experienced. We don't have that information. And why, Chair, I am raising this matter. In terms of MFMA, Schedule 3A, especially when it relates to public entities, a mid-year financial report is very necessary, it's actually required, because it's actually a critical in-year monitoring tool for tracking expenditure, revenue, and performance against the budget. Exactly what we are doing, because this is the second quarter report. Second quarter report is a mid-year financial report. And in terms of the MFA, Schedule 3A, we need to assess this mid-year report based on those things. And I understand when the CFO talks about the graphing linear projections of equivalence, that's precisely what we would also want to assess in as far as budget performance is concerned. Looking at the two variables, Chair, of cash flow projections and actual expenditure. And I need to emphasize one thing here that maybe officials might think we are only concentrating on the under expenditure. the situation that is the appropriate situation is that the linear projection, the two lines of the two variables must be equal, must be the same. So it means we have expended according to, we have not there's no over expenditure and there's no under expenditure. So we are also looking at the two variables, Chair, that must come out in future. I can see we don't have them here. We are looking at under expenditure and also the overruns, because overruns, I want to make it clear here, we are also concerned about them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. I hope that the PFMA works exactly as the MFA, but let me ask the Honorable Deputy Minister to say his word.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. The Minister has spoken, so I don't have much to add except to say that myself and the Minister, we have a war room, and we've already had two meetings. At one of the meetings, the accounting officer was there, and we are starting to address most of the issues that have been raised today, issues around tools of trade, issues around the policies which is not computed financially and so on. But I want to thank you, Chair, for translating what the Bishop shared with us, the Honorable Bishop. And as we speak, I remember you mentioned that the Bishop talked about people not having blankets to sleep under. As we speak, Honorable Chair, the department led by CDA, we're handing over 40,000 blankets in Kwamata at the palace with King Mata and Zima. But that is not for them to sleep under. It's for them to sell and make business so they can take the subject out of poverty. And I want to inform the minister, I haven't had the chance, that we're going to build a blanket factory in the hometown of Queenstown. So we are busy with quite a lot of initiative to take vulnerable people out of poverty into sustainable livelihoods. We've got a cellular phone repairs project, mainly aimed at people with disabilities, so that South Africans can take over the cellular phone repair sector. And we're also looking at, for example, in the Western Timberland Kingdom, for them to have their own white label bank. So there are initiatives in place while we're waiting for the department to come up with a policy on BIS and also for the cabinet to improve it. On that note, we hear what the people have said via honorable members, and the department must now up its game. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I would like to find out, DG, the Honorable Ramaila, I think his follow-up will need a response before we close. Thanks.
No, thanks very much. We appreciate. I think we miss it, but the information is not readily available with us here. I don't know whether we say we might have to send it to him as a part of the media report. Can we send that report to the members as an addition? Yeah. Okay. Yes, and we really apologize, honorable members. I think you said what is in both the MFA and the PFMA. Our apologies. We will send the report to you. Thank you very much. If it's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. I now am looking at the agenda. It looks like we have come to the end of the business, although the honorable members have the internal business that they would like to go through. But I want to I want to thank the department. I have listened to the responses as they have come and the updates that we have received today. And I want to say that we appreciate, personally certainly do appreciate the work, the hard work that is being done. I guess the social ills that fall within the mandate of this department are overwhelming, and we all need to be on our toes in terms of responding to them. But it would be even better if we can be proactive in preempting what is going on, so that we don't have to respond to child malnutrition, but we feed the children before they are malnourished, so that then it becomes an issue and a crisis and a this and a that. I know that it's easier for me to say this sitting here than it is for you to do on the ground. But all I am saying is that let the work, the hard work that you are doing, not outweigh or be outweighed by the need on the ground, because then it defeats the entire object. And by that, I am appreciating the work that is being done. I am appreciating the support that some of us get from the department and its entities when we need that support. And one is hoping that there will be a day when the people that are supporting us because we are members of parliament have their time released to do the work for the rest of the people in South Africa. But that by no means does not mean that we do not appreciate that immediate and urgent interventions that we receive from the department, from SASSA, from NDA. I've obviously have had the privilege of just making a call and things are done. We are also are mindful of the fact that when the older persons were receiving their grants yesterday, there were quite a number of calls that I even received, and WhatsApps and messages that they had not received the grants. I don't know if that is just isolated issues, and SASSA is already dealing with those issues. I don't know if there are people that don't know that they can contact the honorable members and have these things attended to, that are then sitting without their grants. But the amount of work and the effort that is being put in responding to these issues is highly appreciated. And we do also, I accept that the information that the Honorable Ramaila was asking for will be sent, if it can just be sent through to the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee, so that it can be shared with all the members. But other than that, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, the leaders or the CEOs of the entities, and the senior managers and teams of the department throughout the portfolio for having presented to us today. And I want to thank the members as well, although we still have some internal business to do. So for those that need to leave this meeting and not be part of the internal business, I wish you all a blessed rest of the week and the blessed rest of the month. Thank you so much. That particular meeting is adjourned. Honorable members, we now have a work to do, which is to approve the committee program. May we please have the committee program presented to us?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon once again, members. Okay. Can you see the program, Chair and members?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Chair. Chair, today is the 4th of February. If I can take you back, Chair and members, our meeting was supposed to be last week, the first meeting on the 29th, but the department submitted an apology letter to state that they were busy with Cabinet Lekgotla on that day, whereby the Minister, Deputy Minister, and DGs are required to attend. So they requested a postponement to today. And then, Chair, we have received both presentation from on DSD, the quarterly report, as well as the development of a policy on BIG, Chair. And then next week is the SONA day. We won't have meetings in preparation for SONA. And then the next meeting will be on the 18th of February, Chair, whereby we'll receive a presentation from CDA, where they will present their annual reports for 2024-2025, Chair. And then on the 25th, we'll receive a long outstanding agenda item where we'll get a presentation from small business development on their programs aimed at skilling victims of GBV, women and children, transitioning from places of safety into their communities. So both departments, small business development, as well, Chair, as the higher education and training, will brief us to this agenda item, Chair. Also, to say that the presentation must also include the programs that these departments are implementing to assist these women, particularly those that they need to link them to the economic opportunities. Chair, let us proceed to March, the first week of March, which is the 4th of March. We will receive a presentation from Department of Trade and Industry, the liquor industry and liquor industry, to brief us on the legislation or interventions and programs it has put in place to support the fight against the high level of substance abuse in South Africa. Chair will proceed the following week to receive a presentation from the DSD, SASA, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on infrastructure or office space requirements for SASA. The presentation to focus, but not limited, on the committee recommendations contained in the KZN oversight visit undertaken, I think in sometime in October previous year, and then also the status of infrastructural needs of SASA across all regions. Also, the policies in place, existing collaboration between the three stakeholders, and any other related information, Chair. And then, Chair, the following week will be the week that the committee will be conducting an international study tour, Chair. We say it's safe that because the logistics and other commitments will be very tight to have a meeting. And then on Friday, the 20th, Chair, the delegation will depart, depend whether you'll be in Cape Town or in your province, but Fungile will speak to that closer to the time. The delegation will depart from South Africa to London. So I will keep you abreast of the developments, Chair, as far as this international study tour is concerned, but is under review. Thank you very much, Chair. This is the program, draft program for consideration and adoption by this esteemed portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Siselindiwe, for the program. I would like to ask the honorable members to consider adopting this program. And that is actually the only item in this meeting, in this closed session meeting, or not closed, but the internal session meeting of the members. Any member wants to adopt the program? Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move for the adoption of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ramaila. Any seconder for this program?
Chairperson, Honorable Makhato, and seconding.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahato. It then means that the report that was presented to us has been adopted without any changes. I wish to thank you, honorable members, for this work and also for your active and helpful even participation in the meeting that we've just had with the department. I hope that your participation, your active participation will be utilized to enhance the level of service delivery that this department is expected to deliver by the people of this country, especially those that are poor and vulnerable. With that, because I don't see any other hand, I would like to declare this meeting adjourned. And we are 1 minute before we were meant to adjourn the meeting. So I thank you so much for your attention.